How are you that excited?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're going to call the meeting of the governing board to order. The date is Wednesday, October 25th, 2023. It is now 11:14 a.m. The first item on the agenda is the roll call to determine quorum. Maria, will you call the roll?
Miss Aldine,
Here.
Miss Bauman,
Here.
Miss Conrad Seda,
Here.
Miss Dis,
Here.
Miss Faustinos,
Here.
Mr. Bass,
Here.
Miss Gustafson,
Here.
Miss Hayes,
Here.
Miss Hill,
Here.
Mr. Honigman,
Here.
Miss Lane,
Here.
Miss Loomer, Mr. Rice,
Here.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Here.
Miss Williamson.
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Maria. And now I will go over the remote and in-person meeting rules for the day. For the members of the public who are joining us remotely, to observe the meeting, go to trpa.gov under the calendar header. Click on Governing Board Hybrid Meeting for October 25th, 2023. There you will find a link to the public webinar hosted on Zoom. To address board members directly with your comments, raise your hand in Zoom by clicking Raise Hand at the bottom of your screen and at the appropriate agenda item. With your hand raised, you will be unmuted by TRPA staff and have 3 minutes to address the board. If you've used the dial-in numbers to join us by telephone, you can dial *9 to raise your hand and be unmuted. For items that are agendized as informational only, we will hear public comment during the general public comment period at the end of the meeting. Comments on items agendized for action or possible action, we will hear public comment before the board takes any action. To my fellow board members that are joining us remotely, if you wish to speak, please also raise your hand in Zoom. You will find the hand icon on the bottom of your screen. Remote board members may not use the chat box to make any comments or to have sidebar conversations. Please remember to mute your mic unless speaking to cut down on background noise. And finally, I would also like to ask that all remote members turn on their cameras if they are able. Members of the public who have joined us in person, please use the sign-in sheets at the back of the room to indicate which item you're intending to comment on. At the appropriate time for public comment on an agenda item, please line up at the podium to speak. Board members who are here in person, please raise your hand if you wish to comment and speak clearly into the microphone in front of you. If you are viewing the webinar on a personal computer, please ensure that your microphone and speakers are turned off to prevent audio feedback into the room. So that brings us to item number 2 on our agenda, the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Faustinos, will you lead us today? We will now move on to item 3 on our agenda, approval of the agenda. And we have some changes, so I'm going to ask staff to review those for the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Julie Reagan, TRPA's Executive Director. I have one item to mention, and then General Counsel Marshall is going to go over some updates from the Operations Committee meeting that affect the consent calendar. The first item we'd like to suggest changing is item 10, reports. We'd like to move that up immediately following 9A, the presentation on the census and other data, so that we could complete the general business of the board before we go into our strategic planning workshop. And then at the conclusion of the strategic planning workshop, we could just end the meeting. And so we just get kind of our general business finished and have that order be changed. And then I will let John Marshall explain the other change.
There's actually 2 changes. Excuse me. The first one is agenda item 7A, the appeal that has been continued by the executive director. We have reached what we believe a conceptual settlement between the neighbor and the party with the pier permit. That will hopefully not come back to you if we can make the necessary amendments to the site plan that the parties have agreed to in consent. If you have any questions, please give me a call and I can walk you through that. The other item is we will talk about during the consent calendar, the amendment number 4 that we've had some public comment about. So we'll do that when we get to that consent calendar item.
Okay, thank you very much. So with those changes, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Director Settlemeyer, thank you. Do we need to call roll on these or voice vote?
Voice is fine.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
That was an aye, not a opposed, correct, Alexis? Came in late. Okay.
Yes,
We'll
an aye.
Then we'll move on to approval of minutes. This is agenda item 4. We have a draft set of minutes from September 27th, 2023 on page 21 of your packets. Does any member of the committee wish to make a change?
Really redundant. Madam Chair, I had some clerical changes that I have given to Maria, but they were not substantive. So with that, I move to approve the governing board meeting minutes of September 27th, 2023 as amended.
Thank you, Shelley. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'll abstain. I wasn't present.
Thank you. And one abstention. Thank you. And we'll move on to TRPA consent calendar. This is item 5 on our agenda. There are 3 items on consent, all of which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee. And as a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So we'll turn it over to our chair of that committee, Shelley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The committee unanimously recommended that we approve the September financials. I'm sure all of you have read them thoroughly, but just some highlights. Fees for services are slightly down compared to the 3-year average. This includes current planning fees, AIS fees, and shoreline fees. However, expenses are mostly below the projection as well. So, and then moving on to item number 2, annual inflation adjustments to the TRPA planning fees. Excuse me, the committee unanimously recommended that we adjust those fees by 3.9% and the mobility fees by 3.4%. Both adjustments will be effective as of January 22nd, 2024. And on item 3, which is an annual inflation adjustment to the rental car mitigation fee, the adjustment is in the amount of 25 cents per day. So it goes from $5.75 to $6 per day, effective the 1st of January, 2024. And just to mention, there was an amended in the motion, we amended by errata some omitted language in the resolution. And that's my report.
Thank you, Shelley. Are there any questions from the board members? Okay. Any of you online have any questions on the consent calendar? I'm not seeing any hands go up. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar today? Those of you in the room, will you raise your hand or come to the podium? I'm not seeing any. Catherine, do we have anyone online who would like to address this on consent calendar items?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online.
Okay. So we'll close the public comment on that. And is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Thank you, Shelley. I'm looking, call for a roll call vote. Yes, thank you.
Ms. Alding?
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda?
Yes.
Ms. Bowman?
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos?
Yes.
Ms. Dis?
Yes.
Mr. Bass?
Yes.
Ms. Hill? Mr. Honigman?
Yes.
Mr. Rice? circle back. Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer. Ms. Loomer. Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson,
Yes.
and Mr. Rice. He appears to be on.
Wes, we see you on and you're muted according to my screen, but you're saying yes with a hand gesture? And a nod and a head nod.
Madam Chair, the motion
Cool.
passes.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hill, could you restate your vote, please? It just didn't I just didn't hear it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So the motion, whoops, sorry. So the motion passes. And before we move to the next item, we need to adjourn as TRPA and reconvene as the TMPO. Do I have a motion to adjourn and convene? Thank you, Director Settlemeyer. All those in favor? Aye. Any
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Motion passes. We'll move into, we are now on item number 6 of our agenda, the TMPO consent calendar. There are 2 items on consent, both of which were reviewed by the Operations and Governance Committee. And as a reminder to the public, after board discussion on this item, you may raise your hand in person to be called on or in Zoom to be unmuted by TRPA staff to share your comments. So we have a report from the committee on these items.
Question for John. John, I'm assuming we want to take these independently of one another.
Yes, I think the question that you'll first report on
Right.
is the recommendation for both, and then the
Right.
board can decide whether to pull
Item number
item
one.
number 2.
Number
Excuse me,
one.
number 1.
Number 1. Okay. The committee reviewed both of these items, and they recommended unanimously to approve the amendment, proposed amendment number 4, but are suggesting that item number 3 of amendment number 4, having to do with the non-motorized paved trail from Crystal Bay to Incline Village, be pulled for further discussion. There was quite a bit of public input. And I think just for the sake of clarity, it would be useful to pull this item so that everyone understands that this funding will allow us to engage with the public on this project.
And this is John Marshall. Because of the way they're agendized, I recommend that we pull the full item number 1,
Right.
amendment number 4, if that's the
Okay.
will of the board, and not try to separate out that one project of item 4. But you can go ahead and act on number 2 as a consent calendar item.
Right, but don't we have to act on number 1 and decide whether or not to pull it?
Correct.
Right, so we'll act on number 1, so we can move to a vote, correct, John? To pull the
Correct.
entire item as opposed to segmenting it out.
Correct.
Okay,
So with that, do we need a motion to pull item 1 per the recommendation of the committee?
I so move.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay,
Okay, that brings us
Aye.
to,
we have such a delay, Alexis. I'm sorry. I'll try to give a few more seconds there.
that brings us to consent calendar, TMPO calendar item number 2, which is an amendment number 1 of the FY 2021-24 Lake Tahoe Transportation Overall Work Program. There are just some minor changes. One decrease in funding and then an increase in salary compensation. So the committee unanimously recommends approval.
Are there any questions on item number 2 of the TMPO consent calendar? Board members? Okay. Are there any members of the public who would like to address item number 2 of the TMPO consent calendar? Not seeing any. Catherine, do we have any hands raised online on that one?
Madam Chair, there are no hands raised online.
Okay, then I entertain a motion to approve item number 2 of the TMPO consent calendar.
So moved.
Thank you. And then we'll do a roll call vote or, yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Yes.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer, Ms. Loomer, Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move back to item number 1, TMPO consent calendar. And who will I be turning this over to? Staff.
Nick
Okay.
Haven.
Good morning, Nick Haven for the record, TRPA Transportation Team. Yeah, so this item, we did hear it in ops and did receive some public comment regarding one of the projects in the FTIP amendment. And so the Federal Transportation Improvement Program, just for the rest of the board, you're pretty familiar with it now. We come pretty regularly, but it's basically the accounting document for transportation funding. And so it's a near-term document that when projects receive federal and state funding to move forward, they need to be programmed in here. So it's our tracking document. And so we had 3 projects today, and those are in your packet. The third project that had the public comment associated with it was the incline to Crystal Bay trail proposal. This project has been identified as a key part of the Tahoe Trail around the lake. And it's been in subsequent regional transportation plans, the SR 28 corridor management plan. It was actually most recently included and discussed in the Washoe County Transportation Plan as part of their area planning process and community planning process. And so the proposal before you today is to really fund some of the planning elements of that project. So this is not going to construction. This is not funding construction of a project. It's actually funding the public outreach, the design, some of the environmental work that's going to be needed to even advance and focus on this stretch. And so a lot of the public comment, I think, had to do with dialogue with the public. This funding provides the resources to do just that. And so if there's specific questions about the process, I think Dave Solero is on from Washoe County. I know they're partnering with TTD. Carl Hasty is here also. If there's any specific questions about that planning process.
Thank you, Nick. I'll look to the board. Are there any specific questions for staff on this process? I'm not seeing any in the room. Any of you online, if you'll raise your hand, if you have a question. And I'm not seeing any hands raised from our board. So then I would open it up to public comment on this item. If any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on this agenda item, please raise your hand now, either in person or by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom screen, or by dialing *9 on your phone. So do we have any members of the public here in the room that would like to address this item? I'm not seeing any. And Catherine, I'll look to you if we have people online.
Madam Chair, we have no hands raised online to comment on this item. Oh, sorry, one hand just went up. Ellie Waller, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Ellie Waller. There was some good comment at the committee level. I'm hoping that you will listen to that and or engage any of those people that might have some concerns about the upcoming planning stages of any of the projects on the consent calendar. There's concerns about parking, there's concerns about just overall safety issues on several of the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie.
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment on this item.
Okay, then we'll close the public comment on this item. I'll bring it back to the board. If there's any discussion or entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the TMPO approve amendment number 4 to the 2023 Federal Transportation Improvement Program.
Thank you, Shelley. Mario, will you call the roll?
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Aldine,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Dis,
yes,
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Hill,
yes,
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Rice, Mr. Rice, looks like you're unmuted.
I'm not muted. Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Loomer, Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
and Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next item, we need to adjourn as the TMPO and reconvene as TRPA. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. And now with this, we have already withdrawn item number 7, the appeal from our today's agenda. We will move on to item 8, public hearings. And item 8A is the amendments to the fee schedule necessary to implement the permitting improvement project. Information on this item can be found on page 247 of your packet. And then we can move on, I guess, to John Hester to introduce this item.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just to remind the board members, for those who weren't here last month, we've undergone a long, probably 2-year process improvement project. Last month, you approved most of the items that were brought forward. One of the items you asked for us to come back with more information on was fees. And so we are doing that. We have a couple other items that will come back to you in the future, but the rest of the rule of procedure and code amendments you approved last month. So this is one piece of the process improvement to help implement it. Our presenter will be Arlo Stockham, who is a consultant who's done an extensive public input process to develop all of this. And he and I met with board members in the interim. And I think that we have a presentation that will address the concerns we hope that were brought up last month. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Arlo Stockham, our consultant on this.
Thank you, John. For the record, Arlo Stockham with Stockham Consulting. Appreciate being here again, and just thank you so much for your action last month. That was a biggie in terms of process improvements. We're moving forward with implementing those and training and moving full steam ahead with those permitting improvements, regardless what happens with the budget. This is really a balanced budget type of discussion, and we wanted to bring forward a little additional information for your consideration before voting on this. If we could click to the next slide, please. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the background because I've been here quite a few times already. This is part of the permitting improvement program. The fee portion of it is nowhere near our focus area, but it is still very important that we look at this subset of fees and some adjustments. It's one of our 6 priority items, ensuring adequate and dependable funding for the department. And as of today, they don't have that. Next slide, please.
So you may recall we did an action plan for the permitting improvement project and brought forward kind of at a conceptual level and then a more detailed level before we came forward with the amendments. The action plan really had several topics related to funding. Most importantly, and what we're focusing on is process improvements, efficiency improvements, consistency improvements, being able to do as good or better of a job with less expenditures. But even with those improvements, it became very clear very early in the process that there were a handful of application categories that just weren't even close. And there was really no chance that staff would be able to create efficiencies enough to make those application fees cover the cost of reviews. The changes are overwhelmingly for lakefront Lake Tahoe properties. There's kind of a reason why that's the case, which I'll go through. We have established the expense and monitoring reports, so we're tracking costs in much greater detail by project category. That information will become useful, increasingly useful over time, and we think it can be used in your 2026 budget discussions to potentially refine project application fees further. But then we did have these near-term recommendations for fee and staffing adjustments. That's what we're going to be discussing today. I do want to emphasize the staffing adjustments were already made. It's kind of been a crisis situation. The amount of applications piled up in the shore zone and along the shoreland. So the agency really had to commit general fund revenues to keep on track with permitting deadlines. And that's essentially diverting funds away from environmentally good stuff to help fund project reviews, which are environmentally good, but the cost recovery goal is central for us. I did want to mention just a little bit, we still have a phase 3 of this project with additional process improvements. And we're really focusing on the application process with phase 3. We did a lot of work on the code foundation, the rules of procedure, kind of administrative processes, building the foundation. But now we're going to kind of top to bottom look to improve the application procedures. The application requirements, double checking and making sure that we're getting what we need. A more thorough completeness review process, so that there are deficiencies in an application, it's identified in the first 30 days, not later on in the process. And then some staffing adjustments to standard operating procedures for staff, which are going to be, we need to prepare for and work towards. A lot more proactive communication coming from the staff reviewers during the process. That takes a little more time, but communication was a huge issue raised by project applicants early in the process, and really the value of having a good understanding of where things sit and how long they're going to take and things like that. And then our review procedures. We have our procedure manual now that should be a lot more sufficient, a lot more efficient, and a lot more consistent. But we're also going to try to take on an acceleration of timelines, of project review timelines through this process, and get a little more nuanced. What you approved last month included a category called minor applications, which are pretty minor, like the name implies, where we're moving from a 120-day review schedule to a 40-day review schedule. That's big. And it's also going to help a lot of the plan revisions that we see to approve permits. But there's kind of a gap. Everything else is still at 120 days, whether it requires a public hearing in front of the governing board or not. So what we want to do is move towards within the first 60 days of an application, that would basically be the deadline to identify any significant issues. So there wouldn't be major concerns coming forward at day 100. And then if a project does not require public notification or a public hearing, we're aiming to accelerate the review timeline for that category of projects to 80 days from 120 days. So kind of the efficiencies that you approved last month, we're hoping to direct towards these improved review procedures and a less lengthy timeline to get kind of your regular average projects approved. The more major projects that's still all the shore zone stuff and stuff requiring public hearings, that timeline's going to stay at 120 days. That's pretty appropriate. But we feel that we can accelerate the review timeline for standard cases. So that's what we're working towards right now. We need to prepare for it because staff has too much backed up right now to meet those timelines today. And that's part of where this fee discussion comes in. So next slide, please. So just the numbers. I know you've heard a lot of this from Chris. I know the little numbers are tight, but the takeaway for me is that the budget deficits have averaged about 30% over the last 3 years. I don't know if you've finalized 2023, but it looked worse. The deficit was closer to 50% last year. So that's significant. Essentially, there's 2 million in revenue and 3 million of expenses, very ballpark. We need to try to address that. Next slide, please. So I also wanted to do a little bit of background on how we got to this point with application fees. The history. Back in 2005 was the last time a legitimate time and expense review was done for different categories of applications. And then fees were adjusted in 07 and 08 based on that. So at that point, those fees should have been about right. However, after the recession, there were no fee adjustments for about a decade, and then one big 30% catch up. So again, all of that should be about right for inflation and the processes that existed in 05. And you've been doing annual CPI adjustments ever since, including earlier today. But what that didn't catch is the new shore zone ordinances. There's never been an application fee review for the new shore zone ordinances. And it's those procedures that are overwhelmingly, taking up so much more time than the application fees support. So that's what we're trying to kind of do a first cut of that now, and then reevaluate those numbers once we have more specific costs for each application category. The other issue is not the shore zone, but the shore land projects, like a lakefront home. Those were evaluated in 05, but if you think back to what type of development we had along the shoreline in 05, it's just dramatically different than the projects that are coming in today. Some of these homes are $20 million, extremely complex. They have very sophisticated proposals for how they can do their scenic review to demonstrate compliance. And it's just the fees that existed back then are just not covering those review costs. So all of that additional time that's being spent reviewing the lakefront projects, it's interfering with reviews of the other 95% of projects in the region. Everyone who doesn't live on the lakefront of Lake Tahoe. The review timelines have suffered, kind of the quality of review, because everyone's trying to churn out so many applications. That suffered a little bit. And so there's kind of an equity element in this as well. And that's a big part of why we felt we should not wait a couple more years and bring this forward for discussion, with this phase. Next slide, please. So when we talk about where these adjustments came from, we put together a little more detailed fiscal impact assessment. It's certainly approximate. Don't take these numbers as exact. But over 85% of the catch-up budget is from those 4 shore zone applications. And of the balance, most of the balance is from projects requiring noticing, which also is mostly a shoreland and shore zone process, not entirely. The other ones are, there's some fee incentives we're looking at, I'll talk about, but they're relatively minor in terms of the overall budget impact on TRPA. Next slide. This text is way too small, but what the takeaway there is the bottom line. If all of our proposals are approved, we estimate the positive fiscal impact to be about 200,000 per year. 170 to 220 was our estimate. So that represents about 8 or 10% of the budget shortfall. So if you think back to it's roughly a 30% budget shortfall, maybe we're catching a quarter to a third of that with the fee adjustments. And our goal is to balance the budget through the more efficient processes that were enabled through the amendments you approved last month. It's a pretty 20% efficiency goal, is pretty significant in government. But the whole team believes that, there was a significant amount of time being spent that didn't need to be spent. We eliminated a lot of that through the amendments you approved. We're going to eliminate a lot more through more efficient and kind of clear review procedures. So again, we're hoping to recapture maybe a quarter to a third of the shortfall through these fee adjustments and the rest through efficiencies. I think the next slide gives you a better flavor for kind of the magnitude of each category. If we could advance, please. So when you look at the fiscal impact to TRPA, about half of the revenue gain comes from shoreland scenic reviews. These are very complex. I'll talk to a little bit of what's involved with each of these. But that's by far the biggest adjustment, lakefront homes, essentially reviewing improvements to lakefront homes. Other big categories are buoys, pier expansions, actually a little more than buoys, and then a number of lesser impacts. But those are the big ticket items that, based on staff's review of what's involved and where the time's being spent, that's what's sucking up a lot more time than the fees support. Next slide, please. I'd like to talk just a little bit. I know this gets in the weeds, but what's involved with a couple of these procedures? I don't think the governing board gets into the nitty-gritty details. Shoreland scenic reviews, they can be pretty straightforward, but it's pretty rare these days that they're straightforward. It gets pretty complex. Obviously, these are very sensitive sites on the shoreland of Lake Tahoe, so staff doesn't want to get it wrong and kind of rush through and miss things on these lakefront properties. It's lakefront homes, it's piers, it's buoys, it's everything everyone sees along the shoreline of Lake Tahoe. It's a pretty complex ordinance that's laid out in Chapter 66. You basically have to quantify every square foot of visible improvement that can be seen from the lake. You get scores for the color, for the texture, for the reflectivity and glare. There's just a very complex kind of numeric system that you have to go through essentially for each different material on what's proposed to be built. Then there are, you get to a point of allowed visible mass. And for a lakefront property, allowed visible mass is one of the 3 primary development limitations. If you have a home or a property on the shore of Lake Tahoe, you're basically limited by your land coverage allowances, your height allowances, and most of them that I've seen are actually more limited by their visual mass than by coverage. Oftentimes, that's the limiting factor for how big your home can be on a lakefront. So you can just imagine kind of the financial benefits of being able to get another 1,000 or 2,000 feet onto a lakefront home, many millions of dollars. So the ordinance allows some flexibility. It allows mitigations to offset improvements. All of that's good. It allows design flexibility. It allows mitigations, but each step of the process adds complexity. So I talked a whole bunch, but the bottom line is the fee today of $629 per application just isn't approaching the depth of review and is not going to approach the depth of review no matter how efficient staff gets, unless you totally change your shoreland ordinances. This again is about half of the fiscal impact, this one change alone. Next slide, please. Buoys, a smaller fee compared to shoreland scenic, but it's a similar situation where just the review process takes a lot more. Right now, we kind of have a 2-tier fee system where the first one's about $700 or $800, then a more like $300 to $400 for buoys over 3. But there's quite a bit to review. It's not just straightforward, hey, you get a buoy, there it goes. One of the bigger complexities is you have to deal with locations and separations based on property line projections. And that's not always clear which way the property lines project. The shoreline isn't just straight and perpendicular. That often takes time. You often have neighbor disputes. There's just issues. And then when you get into multiple buoy applications, what those are is relocation of buoy fields. And, if you're relocating 10, that gets to be a pretty complex project with a lot of, controversy. There's public noticing. There's oftentimes disputes about where the buoys can go and if it's blocking views and things like that. So again, it's just the current fee just isn't covering the costs that are incurred to implement the current ordinance. The fiscal impact there is about 30,000, so about a third of the prior impact. Next slide, please. Mooring lottery, a pretty inexpensive application, $71 today. It's not that complex, but just the technology alone that TRPA has to pay for sucks up that entire fee before you even get into staffing costs. So we believe really for all of these that what we're proposing better reflects the true cost of reviews. We're not trying to overcharge the lakefront properties to fund others, just to try to balance out cost of reviews. And ultimately on these mooring lotteries, TRPA is responsible for verifying it's all good. And that's just not something a government does for $71. It takes more than that. Next slide. The pier expansions, this was, I'm doing some outsourced permit review. This was the one where I really lost some money big time on a pier expansion I reviewed. They're complex. They're actually probably harder than a new pier. But the fee schedule today has them grouped together with pier modifications that don't expand anything and don't have to do any scenic review or anything like that. We're proposing to adjust that to just be the same. A pier is a pier and it's a pier fee, whether you're doing an expansion, a new single-use pier, a new multiple-use pier. Really, the review steps are all the same, except that for pier expansions, there's actually some additional issues you need to deal with. The one that gummed up our project was, is it legally existing? You know, there's a measurable standard. Is it a legally existing pier that's, 10 feet or a certain amount of depth? Well, lo and behold, this one was 10.1 and the neighbors thought it was 9.8. And those are the types of issues you get into. So neighbors call and staff's, trying to resolve issues. So it's really a lot like a new pier, and that's what we're proposing, that those fees all be equalized. I think you're going to see more of these coming forward. There are a lot of very small piers along the shoreline of Lake Tahoe that can be expanded under the ordinances. Again, about a $30,000 impact. Next slide, please. So those were the biggest ones. This project's requiring noticing. It's kind of a little bit of a different category because there's no supplemental fee for notification requirements. You do a supplemental fee for public hearings, which is generally correct, but notifications add a bunch of time to the review. You have to prepare the notices, the descriptions, send them out, you're fielding calls, you're addressing that with the applicants, you're following up when permits are issued. This one's extra important because of the amendments you approved last month. We're going to be using this process increasingly in the shoreland, and it offsets some of the increases that we talked about earlier. So for many of these, moving to a 1.25 multiplier is actually a fee decrease because previously they'd be at 1.4 or 1.8. But we're recommending 125% multiplier for these. If we just run the numbers on historic cases, it's about a $20,000 impact. There's going to be some additional ones, but we think that will basically balance out the differences in the review complexity. So this one, I think we feel pretty strongly about. We're going to go backwards if we don't do this one. Next slide, please. So this is the table I think I had in the staff report. Because most of this affects the shoreland and the shore zone, this is kind of the aggregate. When you add up all the fees today, you add up all the fees under what's proposed, what's the difference? You can see the changes are relatively minor for most of these cases. The single family home at the top, this is like a very nice lakefront home, kind of tear down, rebuild type application that we see a lot of. So a fee for that type of project would go from a little under $8,000 to a little over $9,000. It's keeping in mind, these are $1, $2, $5, $10, $50 million projects that are being looked at. The fee for a new multiple use pier, which is kind of the policy preferred alternative, actually goes down because of the streamlined processing that offsets any increase. A new pier is a very kind of negligible increase of $669. Pier expansions are a big one. Pier expansions would almost triple. Again, that reflects the legitimate cost to review. It's an option we have in front of you is to phase the larger increases, and that's not unusual. We didn't propose that, even though this is a larger increase, we didn't propose that because a $6,000 increase is a tiny, tiny fraction of the cost for these projects. Even the monthly tax bills exceed that. So we thought that given that these are lakefront homes and new piers that add millions of dollars to property value, that a one-time hit of $6,000 didn't seem huge. But we do have an option that I'll touch on to phase the larger changes. And you see the mooring lottery, et cetera. And then the bottom one, relocate 5 buoys. That's like a buoy field relocation that gets complex. That's also one that goes up quite a bit, again, to reflect the cost of reviews. Next slide, please. So outside of kind of the shoreland and shore zone, there are some changes. The overall impact to TRPA isn't that much. Basically recalibrating tourist accommodation units to reflect multifamily, which are less complex. That's more of a recalibration than like a major fiscal shortfall. Qualified exempt, there are actually 3 there, the bottom 3 on this slide, we have no fee for today. So this is work that staff does for application reviews and actions that have no associated fee. We're recommending fees, fairly small fees as a cost recovery. Qualified exempt would all be at that little over $200 level. Deed restrictions, $200. Repeat permit approval, $200. Relatively small fiscal impacts to TRPA for all of these. Next slide. Special planning area, kind of the reverse of what we're talking about for noticing. Right now, these are, I should back up. These are more incentive-based recommendations where you have current fees that are serving as a disincentive to the type of development that your policies promote. The first one is special planning areas. Basically, we charge people more to apply in redevelopment priority areas than everywhere else. If those are really priority areas, let's stop charging them more. There's also really it's kind of a relic of a different time when the redevelopment plans were hugely complex and no one was really doing any of it. So we're recommending it just be, the fee based on the type of project, not where you're located. And then daycare, a critical community need. It's a shortage. We've been averaging about 1 a year new, 1 a year expansion. Reducing those fees, which probably would be a fee subsidy. It's unlikely $800 will cover a cost review, but we wanted to leave some fee there. So, a little skin in the game. We're not just getting frivolous applications, but 800 wouldn't be a prohibitive number for a small daycare operator. These also, the special planning area, it's a little hard to gauge because our budget numbers don't get to that level of nuance. We're thinking that could be up to a $20,000 decrease. We're not quite sure. Daycare, a pretty small decrease. So we just wanted to kind of explain a little more why we're recommending targeted increases, why we targeted what is targeted, and importantly, why we're not recommending an across-the-board increase. We think the balance of fees, if we can implement some of these efficiency improvements, should be in the ballpark. They were evaluated less than 2 decades ago. We're evaluating them again. But these shore zone and shoreland applications are really eating up the permitting staff and their available time. I think that's my last slide, but let's see if there's another. Oh, options. Don't want to forget about this. If the board chooses to hopefully do something here, you could implement it all immediately. Again, roughly 200,000 a year overall fiscal impact, maybe up to 10% of the department budget. If you do, for example, a 3-phase increase for some of the bigger fees, basically the revenue, the fiscal impact is you get 1 less year of that revenue. So $200,000 less in net increase for the agency, but it would soften the impact of the change on the property owners who are applying for those applications. So those are both, reasonable options for the board to choose from. Again, we recommended immediate because kind of in the scheme of what's being built in these areas, the increases didn't seem all that huge. But there's nothing wrong with phasing it either. Now I think it's really the last slide. Thank you for your
Could you
time.
go back one slide, please? The starting in 2014, we should really be 2024, sorry. We don't have a Wayback Machine. Wish we did.
Okay. Board members, questions? Yes.
Thank you.
Ashley.
I have lots of questions. I guess my biggest question is, does all of this then get us to the 30% deficit? I couldn't tell that in the report.
No, it
Okay,
does
so
not.
There will still be a deficit.
Yeah, this will, if everything gets approved effective now, we're estimating it's 8 to 10%
Right,
of the
okay.
budget.
So-
So maybe a third or a quarter
Yeah.
of the deficit, and we're doing our best job to get the rest through efficiencies and improve processing.
Right, I saw that 20% efficiency, but I guess when you're talking about these shore zone projects, I'm wondering if there's a way to classify them as sort of like a category 5 or something that you will be, you're setting up a cost recovery account and your staff are billing their hours to that cost recovery account in order to finish the permitting process for those, because the complexity of those projects requires you to do much more work than on standard projects, right? So you can show that a standard project is X, and for standard projects, here's what you get. And I get that the multiplier is for hearings and governing board, but that multiplier doesn't seem like enough to cover the hours. If it's 120 days, thinking about the staff time over those 120 days, it just doesn't seem like the permit really covers the true staff time in those 120 days. So specifically for the shore zone projects, I just wonder if there's some category of cost recovery that's more representative of what the staff are putting in. I have a lot more questions. but
Well,
start with that.
there are, TRPA for some projects uses deposit accounts where you essentially bill for the time. The challenge there is everyone agreed that it's just a very cumbersome process and it adds a whole bunch of time and expense. So we really tried to reduce use of those deposit accounts. I learned that staff rarely uses them for regular type projects like this, essentially because just the process alone jacks up the cost quite a bit. We all brainstormed, and these numbers that we put in front of you are our best estimate for what cost recovery would be. We think it should be sufficient, but that's why we have this new time and expense study. Essentially, over the next 18 months, we'll see, we'll validate that, we'll quantify it, we'll come back with numbers. And I kind of anticipate when those reports are done, some items may need to adjust up, some may adjust down. We may see that there's an overall shortfall or surplus, but those are going to be hard numbers based on staff entering their time into the system for every step of the process. Right now, it's kind of more of a best judgment type estimate, but we do think this is going to be okay. We think it's in the ballpark.
It
I
looks like
hear-
Chris wanted to.
Oh, sorry.
Chris want to jump in?
Carla
here?
basically covered it. I just wanted to say that we don't currently accumulate labor hours by project. The number of individual projects that a planner works on during the course of a pay period makes that an unreasonable thing to do. So we don't collect it that way now.
Yeah, I did that. I had to bill by project and it was annoying, but there were codes in our system and you could just go in and fill your code for your hours. And so it really represented what the actual rate was for our time. And so I don't love the messaging of us having a deficiency and still permitting these enormous projects. And that's what I get nervous about, right? I totally agree on incentivizing in redevelopment areas and protecting preschools and thinking about all of the moves you've made. But I really want to see that, especially with these enormous projects, we're not using taxpayer dollars and operating at a deficiency to accommodate them. So that's just, I want to hold us to that and make sure that we report back on that and that our deficit and that it's also not requiring staff to bend over backwards and burn themselves out to try to meet that, deficit. So that's one thing. The other thing is, as we message these increases, I think it would be great to message it in a way where we say, here are all the, improvements that we approved last August and everything we're doing to make this a faster, more efficient process. And, because of inflation and COLA and everything else, these are the fee adjustments so that people can see that they're getting something for their money as well. And then, my last question is really just about the multiplier for the board hearings and additional work. Do those sufficiently stand in for complexity of projects? You were recognizing that projects vary tremendously in complexity, and is that multiplier enough to essentially sweep in all the complexities?
We think it's about right on average. All of this stuff is average. Sometimes they sail through, sometimes it gets bogged down in endless controversy, so you never can get it quite perfect. But yes, we think it's sufficient. And we think also what you approved in terms of the balance of the 30%, I think what you approved might have caught a third of that just by eliminating things that were being done with no added value. So we're sensitive, staff especially is sensitive to the burnout and don't expect too much. But having lived in this process for quite some time, there are a lot of opportunities for efficiencies. So this was kind of the balance that we thought was reasonably close to strike, getting fees to a cost recovery point, getting procedures to be, properly efficient, but not overly rushed. Having, sufficient funding for staff review, but ultimately it is an educated guess and it needs to be recalibrated once we have these hard numbers coming back in a couple of years.
Okay, thanks. And my final thing is just thinking about the website and like what people land on when they get there, having kind of a choose your own adventure approach. Like you're here for X, the cost is going to be Y. And if it's more complex, the cost is going up by 25%, but just that really clear messaging, I think will also help the public understand these and see how your improvements are coming into place.
And your point on the complexity varies. The biggest ticket item was the shoreland scenic review, and those vary a lot. That's we don't like getting too complex with fees because just added complexity can feed on itself. But we did recommend a 2-tier fee system for those, a 1,000/2,000, because the new lakefront home that's 10,000 square feet with huge, it's just not the same as replacing a few windows and siding and those types of things.
James, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was kind of questioning the concept of the special planning areas. Is that a reduction? And if so, why?
It is a reduction. Long ago, maybe all the way back in 1989, the fee system was established. At that time, the redevelopment plans were extremely complex and time intensive to administer, and there wasn't really policy support for redevelopment. The TRPA policy was more stop development. And that shifted to redevelopment, and now we have area plans, which are much more concise. And there's a focused effort to kind of direct new activity and new development to town centers, but we're charging them 25% extra. So it's a fee that works against the type of projects and the location of projects that we're trying to incentivize. So this is like Bijou El Tahoe is one, or Round Hill Community Plan. If you have a home, 15 miles from services out in Glenbrook, you're paying a lower fee than someone who can walk to restaurants today. And that's what we wanted for a kind of policy incentive basis to undo that and just charge a flat fee. The same development would pay the same type of fee regardless of where they're located.
Okay, so that's much like the concept of the daycare. We're trying to incentivize these type of things in that discussion.
Yeah.
If I could continue on, Madam Chair. In that respect, I understand the concepts of avoidance too, because again, if you don't want to have your rates increased, don't expand your buoy or your pier. Don't, try to get a new buoy or relocate 5 of them in that respect. But in looking at the prices, I was kind of curious, the discussion of what I call the Hatfield and McCoys, and you call endless controversy. What percentage of time is eaten up not by the mechanics of the permits, but by the discussion, which can be good or could be frivolous, by individuals pertaining to that, which I look at sometimes as not a cost to the applicant. That is a cost that society has brought to that applicant because of the litigious nature of our society or the desire of individuals not to see change. And I sometimes don't want to necessarily promote or punish people because we have a lot of citizens against virtually everything. In that respect, what percentage of time is eaten up in those Hatfield-McCoy's this type discussions on permits?
Let me start with just a very general point, and then I see Tiffany there online. I want to hand it over to her for some of the more nuance. There's a component of public noticing that has nothing to do, even if no one responds, it's still work that's required. TRPA staff writes kind of the project summary after a preliminary review. They stick it in the envelopes that have been provided by an applicant, send them out. Some of the questions, probably many of them, are just kind of inquiries. What's going on here? I'm curious. I got this notice. And others evolve into kind of disagreements over interpretations and things like that. I think Tiffany would be best positioned to kind of share how much time goes into the different categories.
Good morning, or I guess good afternoon, everyone. Tiffany Good, Principal Planner in the Permitting and Compliance Department. And I guess the best answer is that it does vary, and there's no one project type that, spurs more public comment than another as far as projects go in the shore zone. If I truly had to give an answer, I would say that on the low end, I'd say 20% of time has gone into just the bare minimum of handling the notices and any questions that come out of that. And then it could be, much more than that, depending on, of course, what comes about from either neighbor comment or just public comment in general. I'm going to stop there to see if that answers the question, but I'm happy to answer more.
I appreciate that very much. Was good. In that respect, I fully support the concept of public notice and input, but sometimes I've seen Hatfield and McCoy situations, as I call it, especially when it seems to be pure expansions, but that's just anecdotal. I can't prove that, but that's just my opinion. But I appreciate the answer and I thank you for that information.
I just wanted to add one point that staff doesn't go around forever dealing with disagreements. Ultimately, they're going to hear it out and they're going to make a call. And it's a lot of that debate and dispute happens through the appeal process. And it might be, what's our appeal fee? $1,165 appeal fee. So that may cover some of it. But that's another thing to look at, what we charge for appeals. Because it's sometimes the disagreements aren't always solvable. Staff just has to issue a determination based on the requirements. And if someone wants to appeal, they do.
Yes.
Sorry about that, James Sotomayor, again for the record. Unfortunately, that brings up another question. Do we have serial appellates? Do we have certain people that appeal for more often than others?
I think it really depends on the type of project you're talking about. Generally, with shore zone projects, we don't have serial appellants because it's usually focused on a particular area. Cell towers, probably a different story.
Thank you for that information.
Thank you. Shelley, you had some questions?
Thank you for the presentation, Arlo. On page 251, under buoys and floating platforms, at the bottom of the page having to do with mooring lottery eligibility reviews. And it's a minor, even at 350, it's fairly minor, but if you have participated in a lottery and the staff already has all of the information in your initial application, and then you participate in a subsequent lottery, do you get double charged?
Tiffany, please.
Yep. The answer in short, Shelley, is yes, you do get charged. The justification behind that is that one of the biggest time sucks behind these lottery eligibility reviews is goes into the project area review. And project areas, especially in the shore zone, change quite frequently, and that does impact eligibility. And so, without being, going into the situation, having to reassess pretty much every project area as we undergo these eligibility reviews, it would be pretty difficult to, I think, parse those out that haven't changed. And so that's a big reason why we continue to charge on an annual basis if people come in for subsequent lotteries.
Okay, thank you, Tiffany. That makes sense. The only other, and this may be slightly off topic, but with respect to pier expansions, the legal committee just, considered an appeal, which has been, hopefully will be resolved at staff level. But reviewing our code, I really had a difficult time distinguishing between expansions and modifications. And yet pier expansions are going to be charged the same fee as a new pier. So I guess my request is that we look at the definitions in code and maybe try to draw a brighter line between modifications and expansions, because I think it's confusing the public as well.
This John Marshall for the record. Remember, we attempted to do that with actually this code package to draw that line a little brighter. We ran into a situation on a particular appeal last month, the Thompson appeal. So we're working through that appeal. We're also looking at those definitions, and
that would be great.
most likely that'll come back to you in some form.
Okay, terrific. That's it. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members in the room? Yes, Mr. Bass.
Yes, thanks. So I had a couple questions with regards to the residential side. Are we able to split fees based on square footage of the build?
The fees is a broad term. In terms of application fees, there's a minimum and then it's a per square foot fee. So yes, residential fees, well, single family fees are per square foot. Multifamily, there's kind of a flat rate plus a per unit fee, but they're generally calibrated to the size and scale of the buildings. I think you'll see coming back through some of these housing efforts that not all of our regulations work that way. We have some mitigation fees that are per unit. We have development rights that are per unit, and the agency is looking at recalibrating those for kind of equity. So we're not treating studio apartments the same as lakefront mansions, but that's a separate issue.
Yeah, I guess I'm more curious on whether we can create a different fee schedule for any home above 3,500 square feet, where homes below 3,500 square feet would be at a much lower, or I should probably use more like 2,000 square feet, just so that we're kind of, is that legal to be able to have those different fee structures based on the size of the house?
I think you should distinguish between an application fee, which we're talking about now, and an impact fee. And that we're here just talking about application fees. And generally, I think what you're talking about is a disincentive fee that would more recognize that perhaps larger homes in particular neighborhoods or something have an impact that we want to mitigate. I think where, and then there's the next step, which is a fee that really is kind of really based on a policy objective. Which is a fee generally TRPA doesn't charge, that additional fee that might be for social purposes that a local government might want to implement. So that's kind of where we deviate from a mitigation fee or an impact fee versus another fee source.
Okay, and then I'm curious, under the tourist accommodation unit, have we looked at creating a permit as well as a fee for overnight rentals, short-term rentals, and looking at the fact that we're still in a deficit, and let's just call it 3,000 to 4,000 short-term overnight rentals. If we collected $1,000 from each of them every year, probably be out of our deficit. So, and also it would uphold our TAU theory that we have an actual, cap on what our overnight accommodations, and also probably help us out of this deficit.
So in general, we don't charge use fees. So like a business license.
No, I'm thinking that you would apply a TAU to any overnight rental. So any short-term rental that's overnight would also have to be a TAU and have a TAU applied to that property, therefore would probably have to pay the fees for the conversion from existing use to a TAU, and then also have to have a valid TAU.
Right, I would recommend that the board take that on directly if they want to, which is more of a question, is this a do you need a TAU to operate a vacation rental, or is it part of the current, what our current definition says, it's part of the residential use. So then things can flow, after that primary policy decision is made. Right now, and I can't remember, it was 2011, the board, specifically adopted, or actually it was before that, specifically adopted language in our residential definition that included vacation rental as part of that residential use. If the board wants to make a change to that, that would be the place to entertain that issue.
Yeah, I would think that at some later time, we should look at that. This is my recommendation. And then only last thing, I see in the residential, it says all application fees listed under number 1 through 4 are waived if they're affordable, moderate, or achievable. What are the other fees that are attached to those type of projects? And could we look at lowering those as well?
I'll tackle that one. This is just the application fee. The other fees like a mobility mitigation fee, water quality coverage, all that. Those are being looked at in the phase 3 of our housing work that starts in January. And I'll try to cover that real quick when we get to the strategic priorities this afternoon. But that's actually scheduled to be looked at starting next fiscal year or next calendar year.
Thank you. Are there other questions here at the dais? Okay, Vince, I saw you had your hand up earlier online. I don't know if you still had a question or if any of our other members online have a question.
No, I think I was curious about the same thing that Ashley questioned, is why we aren't recovering the whole fee. But I guess with the process improvements, hopefully making us more efficient, and this new revenue, we can get closer. And as long as we continue to evaluate it and change fees as needed, then I'm satisfied. Thanks.
Thank you. Do any of the other members online have a question? I can't always see you, so jump in. Okay, I'm not hearing or seeing anyone, so we'll go to public comment on this item. And if any member of the public wishes to address the governing board on this item, please raise your hand now, either in person or on Zoom, or by dialing *9 on your phone. So we have one member of the public here. Go ahead, sir, and come up, and we welcome your patience while we got to this item today. Just turn on the microphone there.
Good afternoon. I'm Patrick Taylor. It seems to me that if the fee for a peer application is at $6,000, is that what it is?
Sorry, that's the base fee.
That
but
seems ridiculously low. These people that can afford to put in a pier, what's a pier cost? About $5 million to put in a pier, I'm guessing, at least. I think that you could really make up a lot on your deficit on the application fee just on a pier. I can't imagine. I mean, that's $6,000 a drop in the bucket. They probably spend that much on a bottle of wine. I mean, really, I think you really need to relook at the fees on some of this lakefront stuff and what you're charging those people, because your staff's probably spending a lot of time on that. I really think you ought to relook at that, because those people can afford that. If they can afford to build a pier, they can certainly afford to pay your application fees. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I don't see anyone else in the room. So Catherine, I'll ask if there's anyone online. Please raise your hand if you would like to address this item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one hand raised online so far. Pamela Sigdinos, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yes, I'd like to encourage, if there is any opportunity to increase fees on short-term rentals, I think that would solve multiple problems. It would certainly give a reason for someone to reconsider whether their property should be short-term or long-term rental. It would also make a huge dent in the fact that there is a housing shortage and there should not be an easy route for investors to make easy money by paying a small fee when in fact they're having many more long-term negative impacts by way too many short-term rentals across the entire Tahoe Basin. If there is an opportunity to revisit the policy that changes a short-term rental from a residential use to TAU, I would strongly encourage the board to take another look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's one more hand raised. Ellie Waller, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Ellie Waller. I echo Pamela's comment. Looking forward to a more robust discussion on impacts that are not currently in the analysis purview of anybody. We have area plans coming forward with no vacation home rental or short-term rental, depending on what term each local jurisdiction uses. I think it is something that has been put in a parking lot somewhere to be discussed, and I think it needs to rise to the level of the importance. It affects everything that we're doing, like our previous discussions in local government committee on trails, bike paths, anything that has to do with tourism and the public, and the impacts that are being really not embraced. You hear people talk about our grocery stores being overcrowded all the time. That is part of that impact, as well as parking strategies that are coming forward with zero parking requirements. I don't know, that needs to be applied to vacation home rentals as well. How many cars can they bring? Enforcement, of course, is an issue in all of this. I will come back to, we need a full, robust discussion at the public level on these vacation home rental impacts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, could I just make a brief point, maybe to help with some of the commenters? Throughout this process, we've really bumped into the issue of what's the scope of what we're doing. And we've tried to stay laser focused on improving process. Pretty much every day of this process that we've gone through, people have good ideas on policy-based changes and incentives and things like that. But our recommendations are really focused on that cost recovery component. We see that as more of a policy matter for the board. As John mentioned, some's going to be coming forward with housing, but just in our scope of review, we were not trying to influence outcomes through fees. It was more of a cost recovery evaluation.
Thank you for that reminder. Other public comments?
Madam Chair, there's one more hand raised online. Kathy Julian, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you. And I appreciate the last comment made by staff. And that does help us understand what your focus was on process. However, I do think that that the concept of having reduced fees or fees that are intended to encourage higher density development in downtown areas need to be better clarified. If it's helping workforce housing, yes. But if it is a reduced fee for a $2 to $5 million condo, that could very likely become a short-term rental, then I wouldn't support any kind of essentially a subsidy to encourage that kind of higher density development in downtown areas, unless it is indeed for workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine, are there other hands?
There are no other hands raised, Madam Chair.
Okay, then we're going to close the public comment. Previously, I neglected to make a couple comments I had. So I'm just going to take the liberty of saying, first off, thank you to staff. in trying to recover our costs, I think this is a great step forward and I'm going to support it. But I do share Ashley's concerns that we do track this and we look at where time is being spent and continue to update it so we don't go through long periods and then play catch up. I mean, it's always better to be adjusting these as we go and tracking them as we go. And so in general, great job. And as in all great jobs that you've done, we want to see you continue to do that more. So with that, are there any other comments? Yes, Mr. Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Does this also include the cost of living adjustment we discussed last time? We were saying we're going to put them both together as one discussion, or is that going to be a separate item?
That was already voted on. If you vote on this, it will recalibrate the fees to the numbers in the staff report here. So it actually is a slightly lesser increase from the adjusted rate that you just approved this morning.
I appreciate that clarification. I don't generally enjoy the concept of voting for fee increases. I can see how this can be beneficial to get us to more parity, but we're still operating at a deficit. And sometimes that does concern me that we're lowering fees for some through this program. But I guess that is based upon the idea that without the reviews, it'll save staff a fair amount of time. So I'm still concerned, but thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I just have a quick question. Are we capped at what, like, for instance, the pier, is there a cap of cost recovery that we can go to, or for certain things, can we bring it up to 12 or 15,000?
If you are adopting an application fee, then you need to stay generally within how much it costs to approve or review that application. That's what its purpose of the fee. It becomes arbitrary if you, excuse me, seek to, in the application fee context, charge an additional amount of money for some other purpose. We can do that in different ways, but just not with the application fee.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comments or questions. I'd entertain a motion on this item.
Can be found on page 247. Oh, it's also up on the.
Great. Thank
Okay.
you. It's on the screen for somebody.
I propose a motion to adopt resolution 2023. What's the number? Sorry, not looking at the number.
Blank.
Dash. That's it. Okay. Attachment A, amending the fee schedule.
If there's no further discussion, I'd ask Maria to call the roll.
Ms. Alding,
Yes.
Ms. Conrad Seda,
Yes.
Ms. Bowman,
Yes.
Ms. Faustinos,
Yes.
Ms. Dis, Ms. Dis will circle back. Mr. Bass,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Mr. Honigman,
Yes.
Mr. Rice,
Wes, we see you're unmuted, but we didn't hear you. Can you? Got a thumbs up?
Wes, is there any way you can articulate a voice vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms.
I'm
Lane,
sorry, Madam Chair, I had to step away for a second. Do you need anything from me? I missed.
Yes. Yes, we'd like your vote.
Okay, yes, it's my vote.
Ms. Lane,
Yes.
Mr. Settlemeyer,
Yes.
Ms. Loomer, Ms. Williamson,
Yes.
Ms. Gustafson.
Yes.
Madam Chair, that motion passes.
Thank you very much. Great job, staff. I know this has been a long process, Arlo. We really appreciate the effort that has gone into it by everybody involved. So thank you. With that, we've had a suggestion that we go ahead and take our lunch break now after this item. I'm suggesting a 30-minute maximum break so that we can continue with our business of today. So for those of you online, we will resume at 10 after 1 and take a quick break here. Thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon. It is 1:10 exactly, and I'm trying to keep us on time today. So we are going to resume our governing board meeting. And we are going to go to reports now. So we'll come back to item 9 after we have done the report. So with that, Julie, I'll let you lead off.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm happy to. Yes, and then right after this, we will have our next item on census data. Yes, you can go to the next slide. Thank you. Great. I wanted to give a couple of updates. Over lunch, we were chatting about some of the things that have been happening lately, and it's conference season. It's been exciting to host some of them here in our town of Tahoe. Before I, bury the headline, the bald eagle is real in this picture. So that is actually Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care. And I know Supervisor Member Lane, you've probably worked on that before. There's for 30 years, Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care was in someone's home in the county, in El Dorado County. And then the community came together to raise funds to support an actual facility, which is on 24 acres, right off Pioneer Trail in South Lake Tahoe. And it's amazing. And our team worked together with their office to do staff tours. So this is M, who's a bald eagle on the left. And M used to be Emma. It's a very large bald eagle that was discovered after the Emerald Fire, which happened in October about 5 or 6 years ago here in Tahoe, which you can still see the scar above Emerald Bay. He was wounded and was rescued. And then it turned out Emma was really a male. So Emma is M. And then was really a host at Lake Tahoe Wildlife Care for many years. And then got injured in Caldor. The smoke really almost killed him. So he had to spend 3 months in Davis in a hospital. And he is severely compromised, but he still kind of hangs out and like hops around on the property, and you can go into his little area and meet him. And so it was just an incredible moment to be that close to a bald eagle, and I had to share it, and our staff loved it. And it was a great team building experience for our, in a series of like 4 different sessions just to learn about the wildlife that they're rescuing, and they're doing amazing work. So I just wanted to share that, and it was really meaningful to our team. And then the picture on the right is Devin Middlebrook, our member government affairs manager, who had the honor of doing a TEDx here in Tahoe at the Lake Tahoe Community College, which hosted a series of speakers. And he talked about outdoor recreation, which we're going to talk about in the next item when Ken Caseman goes. And those are just a couple of things amidst this conference season that's happening. The Tahoe Science Conference, many staff members of ours attended. TRPA was a sponsor. The Tahoe Science Advisory Council pulled together an incredible conference. It's been 8 years since the Science then Consortium hosted a conference. That was here at the Lake Tahoe Community College. The American Planning Association Nevada chapter had a meeting right down the road at the event center. Director Sevelmeyer and I both were speakers there, and amidst many of our staff. Teresa Avans has been a longtime member, one of our top planners, and she was very involved in all of that. Envision Tahoe through the Prosperity Center was local, as well as the Business Expo that's just coming up. So many things happening. We had a staff present Ryan Murray at the Association of MPOs, Metropolitan Planning Organization. Nick Haven is on the board of that. We had Shay Navarro attend the Mountain Planners Conference. Surprise, their theme was conflict and managing in mountain towns. Lots of issues that are surfacing in resort towns like ours. So some great lessons to take away that I think we can benefit from, as well as invasive species work. I think you all knew that when the New Zealand mud snails were discovered in Tahoe, a lot of our team members were at a conference, and Tom Booz is an incoming president of one of these associations around invasive species. So our team really continues to be at the forefront at the national level on the cutting edge of the work to prevent and control invasive species. So I'll take the next slide. There's just a quick pic of the conference, and you can see lots of partners. I think it was standing room only, 100+ people. Brendan Ferry at the top. We had Dan doing, Dan Segan serving on a water quality panel with multiple scientists. Victoria Ortiz facilitated a session with the Washoe tribe on the Meeks Bay restoration, and it was really interesting piece. Devin Middlebrook participated in the Outdoor Recreation and Responsible Tourism Forum, and just everyone had an incredible opportunity for managers of the agencies to mix with the scientists. That was the theme of integrating science and policy. I'll take the next slide, please. And there's a picture of the American Planning Association, and that was my first time attending and participating in a conference in the new event center space, which you all got to tour when it was under construction. And it's just amazing. You can't even believe that it's here in Lake Tahoe. It's really first class facility. So it was wonderful to have the opportunity. And I kicked it off, it was like last Monday or the Monday before. And immediately following was 2 members of the governor's team talking about the summit, the Tahoe Summit, and the legacy of the summit and how it affects what we do here in Tahoe in terms of planning and management and ensuring a legacy for the Tahoe Basin. So that was really neat to hear as well. I'll take the next slide. Yesterday, we had an amazing opportunity to bring 2 cabinet secretaries from the state of California, Secretary Wade Crowfoot on the left, and Secretary Tokes Omishakin of CalSTA, which is the transportation agency that Caltrans rolls up to, that came. And we discovered in the course of the conversation that it was historic, because I don't think we've ever had a Department of Transportation secretary from California do a tour of the basin. He spent the entire day with us, and a big shout out to Secretary Crowfoot, whose relationship with Secretary Omishakin was integral to get him to take a day. We had the number 2 person at CalSTA. We had a deputy of Caltrans and other key staff from resources and transportation to actually see on the ground the challenges that we're struggling with in transportation. And we'll talk about that in your strategic planning session. But really, really appreciate our California members' support to keep Tahoe relevant in the resources agency, which then can be an evangelist for us with other departments, because California is, you know, larger than most countries. And so just keeping Tahoe top of mind in that entire gigantic state is a huge challenge. And we felt like we made some inroads to show the challenges that we have and the opportunities and how we can use their help. And then we did get some great coverage from our transportation equity study that you all have participated in and giving us direction to fold those equity policies into the update of our regional transportation plan that's coming out next year and the following. So I will take the next slide. And I want to thank Cindy for joining on that tour yesterday. It was really, really incredible. A couple of interesting staffing updates. You know, we have spent the last year going through some shifts internally, starting with my shift to be your director, and then all the shifts that have followed. And I just am so proud of our team I feel like we've really unleashed a ton of creativity and energy, and been promoting people, been moving people around. You know, I'm having met with all the staff, just trying to fit everyone to really maximize their strengths. And we have gone through a whole process called Strengths Finders that aligns strengths with team members and with the organization. And so this latest round of shifts, Trevor Smith is promoted to assistant planner. He is still overseeing our front desk operation, which we are doing a very big launch of because we were successful in hiring a new full-time public service specialist, Kayla Horowitz. So you'll be seeing more of Kayla. She's not in the office today. She had a pre-existing trip plan before she took this position, but this is a new position that you approved in the budget this year. And we really want to make a very big push, particularly since we're improving efficiencies and showing value for those increased fees, that we are here for service, we are open, that we're here to help. And so Kayla and Trevor and Allie and other members of our team are going to be doubling down on our public service and our commitment to public service. And then I'm very pleased to report we have a new planner starting, Michelle Brown, who will be working on what we call the HIT grant, the California Transformational Grant around housing. And Michelle has an incredible experience and had a family connection to Tahoe that we were able to tap into. She's probably way overqualified for this job, but really wants to support our mission and give us the benefit of her expertise as we roll into some pretty substantial housing improvements. So I wanted to just mention that, and you'll be seeing more of her on the next slide. And then we are going to have our holiday luncheon here in the building, and we're going to have a big open house in our front lobby because when you come into the meeting, sometimes you kind of have to rush into the boardroom and you might not have had the opportunity to see our new dedication to the Washoe in our front lobby area. We have a conference room named Tahoe, more traditional Washoe language, and we have a land acknowledgement that we worked on with the tribe displayed out in the front lobby, and we have a map of the ancestral homelands of the Washoe people. And our team worked with the tribe for many months to do this, and we're very proud to showcase that. So when we gather for the holiday luncheon this December, so mark that down on your calendar, we're going to have that luncheon, and we're going to make sure that we mingle around in the lobby to get a chance for you to see some of the improvements that we've made. Next slide. That'll be the December board meeting, December 13th, that Wednesday. It's a little earlier in December. And then we have some upcoming items for you to, put on your radar as well. Some pretty big items coming. So we're going to keep you well fed and high energy, but we do have a regional plan implementation committee meeting that the group has been vetting housing amendments, the phase 2 that John mentioned for well over a year and a half. And that's going to be going to RPIC and the Advisory Planning Commission, which will then come to you for action in December. And we have also a full briefing on the aquatic invasive species program in November. And you'll be getting the latest on the New Zealand mud snail plan and the rapid response we've been involved in. And then, as I said, the action for housing in December. Amidst other things, we're talking about threshold updates as well. So the next couple of months, there's some pretty weighty items coming. I just wanted to flag that for you. And then we'll also, at the November meeting, try to put in a part 2 of strategic planning following today's session. It would be nice to have a whole separate day to do strategic planning, but just given everyone's calendars, we just couldn't make that work. So we're trying to package that into 2 sessions in the regular course of business. All right, that's the next slide. I think that might be the end. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And does our general counsel have a report?
Excuse me. Yes, 2 items. We talked in closed session this morning about the Harash litigation. Just to let everyone know that the states of Attorney General's Office of California and Nevada participated in some briefing regarding whether or not they are mandatory parties in that litigation to protect their interests. And they both basically filed a brief that said, no, they're not necessary parties. And in any event, TRPA can adequately represent their interests in this particular lawsuit over this particular interpretation of the compact. Second, unfortunately, we were not successful in our recruitment of a associate attorney to gradually move into my slot, but we are contemplating what to do next, and Angela and I will move forward with what we think is the best particular options.
Balls and chains work well, I heard. Handcuffs.
We were going to hire Shelley here after her retirement.
Is that it for your
That's
report? Okay, then I'm going to suggest we go ahead and take our the rest of our reports right now and then come back for Ken's presentation. So governing board members, are there any reports from governing board members? Not seeing anybody online? Wes or Jessica, Alexis? Not seeing any. I'll give you a quick report from Placer County. We did have our Board of Supervisors up last Monday and heard quite a bit of testimony on the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments, which will be coming back to our board next Tuesday. But what I wanted to share with the board, and I know staff, thank you, John, for attending the meeting. Even with your points of clarification, there remains a lot of confusion about the 2 simultaneous processes that are different in scope and nature, but yet people are confounding together. So it's just a heads up for our governing board members and our staff to continue where we can to show that separation of what the 2 separate processes are doing. And thank you again, John, for attending, because I think you being able to answer some of those questions that the public asked that were related to TRPA's process, not to Basin Area Plan amendments. That was quite helpful. And I do want the primer on conflict for a future discussion item for this board. Resolving conflict in mountain towns. Like those answers, please. Then we'll move on to item 12, committee reports, local government and housing committee. I don't think we've met. Legal committee, we've already had a report. Anything else there? Operations and governance committee, any outstanding issues there? EIP, public outreach, forest health and wildfire, and then regional plan. Okay. So we're done with reports. I don't see any.
Would this be the
Yeah.
time if I wanted to ask for something to be agendized on a later meeting? Would this be the time to do that? I just, not always at TRPA, so.
Yeah, I would say yes.
I would
Board
just
member.
ask for the reconsideration of the residential use with short-term rentals to be brought back to the board to be considered at a later time.
Okay. Thank you. And so with that, we can move back to item 9 now under planning matters. And this is a presentation on the 2020 U.S. Census demographics for the Tahoe region and other available data. Item can be found on page 261 of your board packet. And as a reminder to the public, since no action is being taken on this item, any member of the public is welcome to comment during our final public comment period. So I'll turn it over then to Julie or to
Yep,
Ken.
I'm going to take it. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to introduce this item and then Ken Caseman will take it away. Appreciate us flipping the order around a bit. We thought this would be an excellent way to kick off more of a strategic dialogue with you as we move into the next item on meeting efficiency, our strategic priorities, our committee structure, and aligning all of those things for max efficiency. But I wanted to tee this up because I've been, as you know, meeting with members of the community throughout this year, largely in the summer, had a series of coffee or teas with Julie and TRPA talks in the evening, and I had great turnout and great dialogue, really constructive dialogue. But one of the takeaways, and I wrote some of the takeaways in our monthly column in the local news or regional news media outlets, which is in your clip file that Jeff is so wonderful to email to you all. But one of the takeaways was this real disconnect between what people are feeling locally in terms of like the impacts and the use of the overuse of our resources and traffic and feeling of so much pressure, and a disconnect with what the data is that we're seeing and why is that? And so we as a team really started to dig into that because people really are convinced like this is the worst traffic they've ever seen in, living in Tahoe in 30 years. And some of the trails that never had people now are, flooded with people. And when you dive into like actual traffic counts, it doesn't square up. But there are changes in behavior that are affecting people's daily lives. And so at a personal level, it is different. But on the whole in the region, it doesn't line up in terms of the data. So we wanted to bring some of this to you to tease that out. And I think it will inform how we implement our strategic plan. I'll take the next slide. So what I heard a lot about and what you've heard in many briefings around destination stewardship, around recreation and things that we've briefed you on before is that we do have issues. And these issues have become ingrained in our brains of seeing trash on the beach at July 4th, illegal campfires, invasive species introductions, tourists go home, trash piling up, dog waste and issues of things, people not understanding the pack it in, pack it out, leave no trace mentality. And all these things have been building for quite a long time. And that's why we are working with our partners to address that through destination stewardship and a lot of other issues. But it has hit a real fever pitch in the media, which I think also compounds this feeling among our local residents, like too much, too much. I'll take the next slide. And what is actually underlying some of that is that trend of outdoor recreation. And we are just seeing it across the country. If you just look at those numbers, just in the course of 3 years, 7 million more Americans are participating in the great outdoors. This is probably an undercount as well. National parks experience that with the anniversary campaigns and, having to shut down certain areas in national parks from overuse of just everyone needs to just hike up to get the selfie and turn around and go back. The love affair with the great outdoors is here, and it's here to stay, and it's not changing. And so we have not been immune to that. And in fact, during COVID, when other places where you had to fly shut down for destination travel, we ramped up because people could drive to get to the great outdoors. So that trend is here to stay. And that is different than what our old economy used to be based on. And that was really gaming related. And so a lot of the pattern shifts that we see of on-road shoulder parking and clustering in certain trailheads in certain areas and certain mountain bike trails, that has changed. And so people are feeling that in their day-to-day. Next slide, please. And so when you map that with the decline in gaming, I was just, it was an aha moment when we launched the Destination Stewardship Plan for me to look at the year 2000, and in that late 90s, early 2000s, when Governor Schwarzenegger signed treaties for Native American gaming throughout California. I remember being in a meeting with Mike Bradford, who was the former proprietor of the Lakeside Inn and Casino, which is gone, is scraped from the site right down the street. And Mike said, our town will never be the same. Like, we are going to start hemorrhaging jobs. We're going to see things happen. Schools are going to close. And everyone was like, oh, you're crazy. Like, this is, gaming's always been what brings people to Tahoe. It always will be. And you just, you can look at the graph and the bottom row or the bottom line being jobs at that precipitous decline. The top in red is rooms. The middle blue is money, dollars. And so you can really map it from kind of that peak in the 90s to that steady slide. But when you look at what happened with Native American gaming, it happened exactly the same in Reno. So Reno, Tahoe used to be the place where people could go to gamble. Now they can go anywhere else in California. And so we just started hemorrhaging jobs before the recession, and then it just compounded. So we were already seeing school closures and permanent populations declining and just a change in our entire makeup of our $5 billion economy. And so it shifted to outdoor recreation, even before these most recent trends. But we didn't add a lot of infrastructure to accommodate that. So it is no surprise that we are now having challenges, and we haven't done a lot more in terms of satellite parking and other parking improvements. And so all these things are coming to a head. And that's part of the interest, I think, in what you'll hear from this presentation. The next slide, please. The other thing that has changed particularly in the last 5 years, with every single year being almost warmer than the last, every month being warmer than the last in summer, is that we know that over Echo Summit coming in on Highway 50, the traffic doubles on a 100-degree day in the Sacramento Valley versus like a 60-degree day. And that's going to continue. So more and more people are going to look at Tahoe as a climate refuge, whether it's Northern Nevada, Northern California. And we want people to come and enjoy their public land. So how do we manage that? But it does create more concentrated areas that we're going to have to collectively work to address. So with that tee up, I'll just let Ken take it away. Get some coffee. There's going to be some data. The data people that love data will enjoy this. But those of you who don't, you really geek out on data, get some coffee. But it's really helpful to understand this factual information in the context of how we implement our priorities. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Julie. And for the record, Ken Caseman, the Research Analysis Department Director. If we could advance, I think, 2 slides. So just jumping right in, as Julie said, actually, back one. So, I wanted to walk through the 2020 census data that was released in May that gives us an overview of some of the changes that have occurred in the last 10 years and even further back. And then talk a little bit about some of the impacts that Julie just talked through and some of those disconnects between data and experience. So just starting out, as we look at this graph, the the population of our region peaked in the 2000 census at over 62,000 residents. And since that time, the region lost 1 out of every 9 residents, and they have not returned. So when we look at the difference between the 2000 and 2010 census, and then from 2010 to 2020, regional population has not returned. And if we go to the next slide, we do see variances at the community level. And so when we look at here, you can see it's a little bit difficult to apologize, but the colors that most of the growth that we saw was on the Nevada side. The populations in the Tahoe Basin in Nevada grew 7% between 2010 and 2020, while the populations on the California side actually dropped 2%. And again, framing this in the larger perspective, the overall state of California grew 6%, and the overall state of Nevada grew 15%. And we saw 15% growth also in Reno and 12% growth in Sacramento. So the fact that our population is declining on the California side runs counter to everything that's happening, surrounding us, and the growth on the Nevada side was about half of what we're seeing in the rest of the state. So it is fairly significant to point out those differences. At the community level, we did see, and again, we've heard from public comment that populations, particularly on the Nevada side, incline was up 8% over that 10-year period. So a little less than 1% growth per year, and about 700 residents difference between 2010 and 2020. And on the South Shore, South Lake Tahoe actually dropped 2% in terms of our population, about 400 people. And as we look along the West Shore, a lot of that population that dropped along the West Shore, we'll come to this later, was really a shift in the census percentages in terms of vacant homes. And as more homes became vacant for either seasonal use, second home use, or short-term rentals, that population then was lost to renter and owner-occupied housing. Next slide, please. The other two pieces that we're seeing in terms of demographics that are extremely interesting. One is that Tahoe is getting older. Our median age in the 2020 census was 44. And we actually have more residents over age 50 than we have under age 35. Pretty interesting. And again, if we think about when the population peaked in that 2000 timeframe, 40% of our population was under 30. And now it's about a third of the population. So significant difference. And just digging a little bit deeper into this, what we've actually seen is that the population under 55 lost about 15,000 residents, and we gained 8,000 residents in the population over 55. And so not only are we seeing this shift, but we've seen a significant loss of population at those lower age classes and gained more population at the older classes. We'll pair that with the next slide, which looks at household income. And again, this slide shows just the last 6 years, but this trend has been happening really since the 2000 census. High earning households in the region have doubled since 2000. And while that sounds like it's a really great thing, what really is happening underlying this is the loss of those households at the lower end, not that people are just suddenly making more and more money. And so, again, when we look at it, there's a 35% drop in the households making less than $75,000 a year, and a 44% increase in households at that high end above 75,000. So again, pairing these two together, you can see why we're having these impacts to our housing, impacts to jobs at the in our hospitality jobs, and filling those positions at that low end and lower income levels. Next slide. So to take it one step further, Again, this is the data related to jobs. And as we see, we've lost 20% of our jobs from the early 2000s to today. Meanwhile, the number of establishments, the number of businesses in the region has actually slowly been trending upward about the last 10 years. But they're not hiring as many employees, and that loss that Julie talked about in jobs, particularly from the early 2000s from casino employees. Casinos are down 80% on the South Shore in terms of employment, going from over 10,000 employees in 1990 to about 2,100 employees today. And just since COVID, since 2019, the casino employment is down 1,500 employees, or about 40% drop.
Ken, I think we have a question.
Yes.
Over here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just didn't want to wait till the end because A, I might forget, and B, it wouldn't be as relevant. I was curious if you saw a trend in the changes, the type of employment. Within agriculture, sometimes you got new equipment and therefore you employ drastically fewer people. Most of the restaurateurs out there have determined they can't find employees. So they basically given raises to the employees they have and reduce their staff by an average of 15 to 20%. I was just curious if you had any of those type of trends or information on this decrease in the number of employees versus establishments.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have a whole lot of detail on that in this presentation or at my disposal right now. We can certainly look into it.
That's okay. I was just wondering.
Most of the businesses in Tahoe are fairly discreet around, hospitality and visitor serving businesses, but we can certainly look into that.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So just to quickly recap again, at the high level, what we're seeing from the census, population peaked in 2000 and is way down. Jobs peaked in about the same time frame and are way down. But again, we've all heard and experienced something different. And so what we wanted to spend a little bit of time doing is looking at other more current data that may help shed some light on this. So I know around the room, we're all probably saying, this is 2020 census, COVID happened in 2020, we're in 2023, what's happening now? And so again, unfortunately, because of the way that the census data comes out, 2020 is the last census. And we do anticipate new data coming from the Census Bureau in December that will carry forward to 2022. So we will share that information as we get it. But we wanted to look at a couple of other pieces. So next slide, please. So first, we wanted to look at traffic volumes and vehicles entering and exiting the basin to see, is there a pattern that we're seeing, more vehicles coming into the basin? And again, going back to those, thinking about the jobs and the other slides we looked at, that steady increase through the 2000s and the peak of gaming, you can see that in our entry-exit volumes as well. And then you see the recession as highlighted kind of between that right in the middle of the chart. And then the recovery. And then that recovery framed here as, the rise of outdoor recreation. And we certainly saw those periods. But as you see on the chart, even those high levels never really got back to those peak periods. And again, many of us that have been in the basin for a long time, over the last 15 years, we've really enjoyed this relatively low period of visitation, relatively low period of activity in the basin that we've become accustomed to. But you can see in those prior periods, much higher activity than what we were seeing. 2019 was starting to get back to those levels, and then COVID hit. And what we see here is, again, COVID, the 2020 drop, and 2021 did recover, but not quite as far as we'd seen in 2019 in terms of vehicles coming in and out of the basin. Yes.
I had a quick question on that. So this does not take into account the employees that have moved out of the region who are now commuting in.
Well, this is all vehicle traffic.
All
enter-
vehicle travel coming in. And
Yes.
so I guess at least for North Shore, I've looked at the numbers for just North Shore, which hasn't done as well. I mean, we haven't come back to these levels. But we also have a lot of employees commuting in from Reno and from Verdi. So.
Yeah, that definitely is a factor. And again, this data comes from Caltrans and NDOT. And the NDOT data is available for 2022. And we looked at it and it shows a 13% drop actually in entry exits just on the Nevada side from 2021 to 2022. So we are continuing to see that, the data trending downward. Again, and we'll talk about this, but generally what we're seeing is that COVID peak certainly did happen, but we're starting to see the data recede a little bit in a number of these areas. And again, maybe just going on to the next slide, we monitor travel times in the basin. There's 12 segments that we use in our monitoring profile, and we look at how long it takes to drive a certain segment and how much congestion there is in that segment. Looked at both median time, so what is the midpoint of as many trips take longer and as many trips take shorter than the evaluated time period, and we also look at peak, evaluating what is the highest levels of travel time in those segments. And what we see is really localized impacts from weather and localized impacts from construction in winter and summer, respectively, and variance between seasons. But overall, over the last 5 or 6 years, we're really not seeing a significant difference. And if we go to the next slide, across all of the segments, if you combined up all of these 12 segments, it's roughly 104 miles of roadway in our region. And it takes roughly 2.5 hours to drive at median. So again, half your trips are going to be longer than that. Half your trips are going to be shorter than that. But when we look at the peak times, it's about 30 minutes longer across 12 segments. So again, for any given segment in the basin, our peak times are roughly 3 to 4 minutes longer than what you're seeing at our median times. And so again, generally, we're not seeing significant difference in terms of congestion or in terms of experience on our roadways. Again, acknowledging that there are impacts from construction activities, there are impacts from weather, but generally we're not seeing it throughout the year when we look at the data. Next slide. We also looked at paid overnight visitation. So this is looking at hotel rooms rented, it's looking at VHRs, and TOT paying businesses throughout the region. And again, not much change overall, well down from 2019, and not really a significant difference between 2021 and 2022. Again, just looking at these data to see, are we missing something? Is there something that people are experiencing that we're not picking up? And so far, we're not seeing that. Next slide, please. Two other pieces that we looked at. One is school enrollment for our K through 12 schools in the region. And again, no surprise, this data continues to trend down. And we're seeing, again, the same pattern that we talked about before. In the early 2000s, we had significantly higher volumes of enrollment. Those enrollment dropped, particularly around the same time that the casinos were losing their employees. And total enrollment is down 22% today from that peak in the early 2000s, and it's down 46% on the Nevada side. Again, no surprise. One final piece that we looked at in terms of trying to get a sense of what's happening and are we missing something. Next slide, we looked at the regional water use. So this is looking at average daily water use from the Tahoe Water Suppliers Association and STPUD. And again, significantly down from the 2000s. And over the last 6 years, really no significant change. There was about a 11% increase from 2020 to 2021, but then an 8% drop last year from 21 to 22. That again, overall, we're not seeing a significant pattern there in terms of the last 5 or 6 years. So I guess we'll go on to the next slide. So we wanted to then dig even deeper. So, you know, if it's not resident population, if it's not visitor population, if we can't really see in any of the data that there are more people here, why are people feeling that there's more people here? Why does it feel more crowded? What is happening? And so these are just some possible explanations, and we'll dig into some of these. Second home use, and and COVID effects from remote work, day use visitation, and more people coming in from those populations outside the region. People recreating in different places and at different times, and changing their travel behavior in terms of commute or in terms of other, roadside parking or other factors. So we'll explore these now. So next slide, please. So second homes, again, probably not a big surprise to everyone in this room, but 50% of our housing stock in the basin is considered vacant homes according to the census. The vacant homes are going to include second homes, it's going to include seasonal rentals, and it's going to include short-term rentals. So again, when we think about there's roughly 50,000 residential units in the region, we're talking 25,000 vacant homes, of which maybe 4,000 or 5,000 are short-term rentals. So the big population of that is these second homes and seasonal rentals. So if we think about that, even a 1 or 2% change in the number of people using their second homes would have significant differences in terms of how many people might be here. A 1% change would be 400 or 500 people in the basin. And so, again, we saw with that population chart that showed our populations, most of those communities that are listed here on the right-hand side of the chart that lost population in between 2010 and 2020 saw these percentages increase, even though the overall percentage in the region really didn't change a whole lot between 2010 and 2020. Next slide, please. This was another piece that we evaluated, looking at, again, traffic counts from NDOT and seeing this fairly significant pattern change in terms of traffic and vehicles going north on 28, and seeing, again, a 50% increase in the number of vehicles traveling north, and paired with a 30% drop in the number of vehicles that are passing through the casino core and our state line on the South Shore. And again, these numbers, we're talking about roughly 9,000 trips on the, going north and 30,000 trips going south. So these aren't a one-to-one change, but those changes and patterns, again, have very significant effects and localized effects in some of these communities as you go north on 28 and around the lake into Incline and to Sand Harbor and some of those areas that we're hearing about these pinch points. Next slide. So we reached out to Nevada State Parks and got this data from Sand Harbor. And again, when we look at the visits to Sand Harbor, we see a fairly significant peak in 2020 that, again, we talked about. We know that outdoor recreation took off. We know that a lot of people during COVID were trying to come to Tahoe to recreate, and particularly outside of the core June, July, August summer season. So you see that significant volume there. 2021 was on track to actually surpass 2020 until the Caldor fire, and the closures related to that ended up sending our visits down below 2020 numbers. But again, we see that continuing to sort of drop off as we go into 2022, and particularly in that non-peak season. So peak values seem to be fairly consistent for Sand Harbor. It's that off peak that really dropped off. Next slide, please. And we see also, this is some data that we put together for fall weekends and trips that are ending specifically at Sand Harbor. And what's interesting is, again, we're seeing that increase in overall trips that are ending in this area. But what's interesting is a 52% increase in trips ending before noon. And so again, what we're seeing, I think, is really this pattern change where people are arriving earlier and in particular, trying to avoid the crowds, trying to get into parking lots before they fill up, before they close. We saw a similar phenomenon last winter at the ski resorts where, again, reports of parking lots that used to fill up at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock were filling up at 9 o'clock. And so again, it's not so much the capacity has changed, but that people are arriving earlier. And so it feels busier because it's full earlier. And so, we think that's certainly a factor in this perception and in what people are sensing. Next slide, please. Again, going back to the pattern shift, and Julie, showed this slide, a 33% drop in occupied rooms at the casinos from the 2000s, almost a 50% drop in terms of casino revenue, and an 80% drop in terms of casino employment. And again, we see that on the next slide, please. This chart looks at trips going through the casino core, both on the South Shore and on the North Shore, relative to entry trips into the basin. So if we go back to the 80s and 90s, we were seeing for every 100 vehicles that would come into the basin, you would have 120 trips through the casino cores. And today it's half that. So for every 100 vehicles coming in, we're seeing 60 vehicles go through the casino core. But we're seeing roughly the same number of vehicles come in. So it's that dispersal throughout the region where those trips are going elsewhere. They're not going to the casino cores. And it's really a question of how do we manage those volumes more so than, again, increasing capacity or dealing with these more people necessarily. Next slide, please. And again, we see this on the West Shore as well, just to bring in these numbers. So again, we saw a 13% increase here in trips through Fallen Leaf, Emerald Bay, and Tahoe on fall weekends, but a 21% increase in those trips occurring before noon. So again, you see those peaks where the red bars are going well above even just what it was, pre-COVID days. People are arriving earlier, and those trips happening much earlier in the day. So again, to recap, our regional population is unchanged and way down from our peak. Our jobs are down 20%, and mostly from casino employment on the South Shore. Our entry and exit volumes are below peak numbers and have not significantly changed. We certainly did see those peaks during COVID. And what we're seeing, though, is that a lot of those impacts appear to be subsiding. And we will continue to look at this data as more information comes out and we have access to it. And we're continuing to work with the Tahoe Science Council and others on some of these questions related to destination stewardship and collecting more data and information there, and particularly our second home use and day visitor use, so that we have better ideas of some of these patterns and as they're changing, looking at ways that we can better quantify those changes and understand the travel patterns so that we can better manage that information. But again, it doesn't appear that it's more people, but it's people going different places and doing different things, and likely a combination of a number of these factors that we've talked about, change in recreation travel overall, more so than capacity. So I wanted to just highlight on the next slide, all of this information, again, in the interest of accountability and transparency, the demographics data, we have a page on our Tahoe Open Data portal that has all of this information available. There's a detailed census report that goes into significantly more detail about the 2020 census available at the link here. And the congestion data that we walked through is available in a detailed report there as well. So with that, happy to take questions and yeah, turn it back to the board.
Thank you, Ken. Great presentation. Are there questions?
Yeah, I have a couple
Go
questions.
ahead,
Great
Mr.
data, and
Reyes.
thank you for all that. Curious with the decline in employees in the state line corridor down to 2,000 or so, and then we were at 9,000 or maybe 11. Have you looked at kind of quantifying the data with those trips that are not going to be made into that corridor daily, just on those employment numbers coming down? You know, and I'm curious too as to how that data is gathered, as far as, is there a counter at state line that's showing the road trips per day, or kind of how are we gathering the data?
Sure. So the employment data actually comes directly from the Nevada Gaming Bureau. And so there are reports that are put out annually that include the number of employees at various locations in Nevada. And so that these are South Shore employment numbers directly from them. In terms of the traffic counts, there are on the highway network, both Caltrans and NDOT have permanent count stations that count vehicles in each direction, and also report on essentially average daily vehicle counts. And some of the counters are continuous or real time, where you have access to a little bit more data. But generally, we're looking at the average daily vehicle travel through those areas and comparing that back over multiple years.
And then my other question would just be around, you know, in the early 2000s, 90s, and 80s, the casinos had quite a bus system between the Bay Area and bringing people and busing people into the corridor. Have we looked at the numbers that we have now coming in by bus compared to what we had then?
I don't know that we have good data in terms of those passenger numbers. We do obviously for our transit ridership, we do have numbers for that, but I don't know for private companies whether we have that data.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see that if it's possible. Just I would imagine Harvey's probably, or the casinos may have that historical data. It would just be interesting to see what how many people we were busing here in the past.
Thank you. Director Settlemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was kind of more of a statement in regards to the previous question. It would be interesting potentially to see if Carl Hastings had updated any of the information he had in the past. I know that a while back, I want to say 5, but my memory, it might be 10 years ago, he did a fair amount of information digesting people's cell phone data from this region, which indicated where they came from. And it was fascinating to me because I was always of the assumption that most people drove here. But interesting enough, a fair amount of them, the majority of the visitors were coming through, you know, Tahoe International Airport, not driving directly up from Sacramento. And it would be interesting with COVID if that information had changed. I don't know if there was an opportunity to maybe reach out to Carl and see if he'd give that presentation again, or if you have any new information on that. And that and since he's in the room, if I could be so bold as to request him to see if he has any new information.
I walked right into it. Good afternoon, Carl Hasty. No, to put it simply, I don't have any update from what was done with the report that ended up coming out in 2017 regarding the cell phone data, especially post-COVID.
With that, if I could be so bold, Carl, and ask maybe if you could send that information to the Mayor Pro Tem, so he might be able to look at what happened in the past. Thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair.
You bet. Thank you.
I did not include it in this presentation, but we did look at passenger volumes through Reno Tahoe Airport. They obviously did see a significant dip during COVID, but the 2023 numbers year to date are actually showing levels that would put them at the highest volumes in probably the last 10 or 15 years in terms of passenger volume through Reno Tahoe. Still down from kind of the early 2000 peaks, But it does appear that this year is on track to surpass 2019 in terms of their passenger volumes. But yeah, we would have to look at, and we are evaluating a number of different data sources that would shed light. A lot of the location-based service data or the cell phone data that was being used is sort of migrating to new sources using more GPS and connected vehicle and app data as opposed to direct cell phone pings. And so that data is changing a little bit, but we are evaluating what we can from that information to see where people are going.
Thank you for that information, Madam Chair. Of course, we probably have to divide the number by 2 since everybody seems to have 2 nowadays.
Good job.
Go Red.
Ms. Aldine?
Ken, I'm assuming with the opening of the event center, that some of these trends may be, if not reversed, may be reduced to a less significant level. People may not be going to the casinos to gamble, but they may be going to the event center to watch, productions of some sort or another, concerts. So how frequently do we update the information with respect to travel statistics?
I think generally it depends on the source information. So, the traffic counts are released annually by Caltrans and NDOT. And there's generally a delay. So we only have 2021 data from California right now. We do have some 22 data from NDOT. It just depends on the cadence of release of information. And again, we are evaluating some of these more real-time sources to see if we can glean information from it. But it becomes more difficult to then make the historical comparison when we're using different data sources. And so we're trying to do what we can to identify some of those trends, but maybe not with that historical
perspective. Well, I mean, your assumption, I think, is a valid assumption that, with the decline in casino revenues and visitation to the casinos on South Shore, that the visitation traffic has kind of redistributed itself to other areas around the lake. With the advent of the event center, I mean, you may end up kind of redistributing some of those trips, right? Because you have a venue now that is going to be attractive to people coming into the basin. So, I mean, it would be interesting if we could cooperate with the event center and maybe get some statistics from them in terms of total people participating, in events at that venue and how they're arriving. Perhaps, I don't know, maybe they could even, kind of poll the people who go to the event center for specific events to find out if they're taking public transit, if they're coming through the Marina Tahoe Airport, if they're if they're driving into the basin for these events. I don't know. I think it may, if it's successful, it may change the dynamic considerably.
For sure. And one of their conditions of approval requires that they contribute to these traffic analyses and data collection to help support that analysis of information about their impacts. So we will be working to collect that information.
I guess what I'm saying, if that's the case, I mean, the effects on other areas within the basin it may benefit those other areas in terms of relieving congestion. So it may not necessarily be a detrimental effect. Yes, it may be drawing in some additional people, but if those people are being redistributed, then it lessens the impact on other areas around the basin, and the congestion might be relieved to a certain extent.
Thank you, Ms. Aldine. Mr. Bess, you had another.
Yeah, I just wanted to also put out the hearing that we're 15-year high at the Reno Tahoe Airport. I think it'd be good to have the South Tahoe Airport Express, and how many people were coming here by that 20 years ago compared to now, because I know we've cut service on that drastically, and we used to have hourly service from the Reno Airport. So I think it'd be great to see that data as well.
Thank you. Any other comments from those of us in the room? Board members, I see Jessica has her hand raised. Ms. Dis?
Yes, thank you. Great presentation, and thank you very much. I just have a two-part question, and if I missed to this in your presentation, I apologize. And you can tell me, to go back and look for it, but, did we look at data for, the, Lake Tahoe Airport in South Lake Tahoe? And private flights coming in and out of there. I don't know what's available, but, just what data is available. Did we look at that? And then also, I don't think I heard you mention, rental car, data, but if we have either of those, I'd be interested in learning a little bit about that and the changes over time.
Yeah, we have not really evaluated either of those data sources. I think we can certainly look into them. In terms of, rental car, the traffic count stations throughout the region would pick up all vehicles, whether they're, rental cars, private autos, buses, and so, those trips would be counted within our overall measures of vehicles coming in and out of the basin. But we didn't look specifically at rental car data or at the Lake Tahoe Airport.
Okay, thank you. I was less wondering because of the trip counts and more because of Mr. Bass's question about whether there's been a reduction in the use of buses to get folks to town, and if people are coming into town other ways. I mean, we know that occupancy rates are lower, but with the second homes and the short-term rentals, are folks flying in to either the Lake Tahoe Airport or the Truckee Airport and then renting a ar and driving into the basin that way, which I realize is a tall order. That's hard information to track. But if there's anything available that we could look at, I'm not asking you to go and do all that research on your own.
Thank you. He's nodding yes. Ms. Hill, you had a question?
Not a question, Madam Chair, but I wanted to say thank you for the data. And I think it shows, that my constituents in Incline Village and Crystal Bay, what they have been experiencing is happening in a big way on the North Shore. And I just wanted to state for the record that I am working with NDOT, as well as Director Settlemeyer and our Secretary of State to see what we can do to invest in that corridor, because we understand that it's really being hit hard. Another reason why that study for that pedestrian multi-use path from Crystal Bay to Incline Village will be so helpful in relieving a lot of that congestion. So thank you.
Any other questions, board members online? Okay. I had one quick question, Ken, myself, or two. One is, I think traffic engineers use a number of trips per day per resident or a household versus a visitor. And I think often there's a lot of anger I hear toward visitors, but they actually drive less and carpool more than residents do. And so with the loss of full-time residents, I know on the North Shore, we've heard a lot of this friction that's continued, but I think those numbers are real numbers that they use in traffic counts. But traffic engineers, correct me where I'm wrong. Do you know?
I believe so, but yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we can get that data at some point. I think the traffic engineers have those numbers.
Dan Segan, TRPA. I'm not a traffic engineer for the record.
Good.
But you are right. For planning projects, they have counts that are general type. So it'll be a single family residential neighborhood. They'll have a count point at the entry and exit. They aggregate those over a suite of those counts. Generally, it's about 10 trips per day per residential unit. Trips per hotel, motel, and resort style development vary far more. So as you might imagine, resorts have far fewer trips per day. You can get down on the order of 3 trips per day in and out of a resort because generally people are staying there for the amenities. And then hotel, motel come closer to like residential development.
It's interesting. We've seen that shift away, especially on the North Shore, where we've lost a greater population on the West Shore in residence. And so as those homes are reoccupied with vacation homeowners and how they use those trips. And then and this is just my little humor for the day. Do we have any social science data on how much people complain as they get older? Because we're saying we're getting older and we're getting more complaints. Is there any correlation there? Oh, just future,
Mostly anecdotal.
yeah.
No, well,
They've made movies about it, grumpy, old. Oh, sorry.
not making an analogy, hopefully.
I
I
didn't
think,
name a gender.
I think it's because people who have lived here a long time, they reminisce about the past. And unfortunately, the past is the past, and you can reminisce all you like, but you have to deal with the current reality.
Yeah, I was, this goes back to the conflict, right? Because the data, especially because I've been diving in on the North Shore data. Thank you. I think our database that's online is so incredible because you can look at particular neighborhoods, you can look at those intersections, and you can go back 20, 25 years, I think, on some of them, and really look at the traffic counts, and you see there's really not as much. So why do we feel like there's more, and why do we hear that we're at this capacity and there's over tourism? And so, what is that dialogue? And I know we're going to talk more about that, as we move through various projects and efforts that the agency's involved in. But it certainly is something as public policy folks, we need to be constantly evaluating what we're hearing in that disconnect to what the data says. So appreciate the presentation. This was information only. And so I will conclude this part of the agenda, and we are going to move to strategic planning.
Well, thank you all. That was a great discussion. Really appreciate, everyone got into the data on that. So we're all data geeks, it turns out. So, just while our team is getting set up, might I invite like just a quick stretch, just like get out of the chair and you want to take 2 minutes? Madam Chair, can we just take like a 2-minute restroom break, or do you want to just have people do that on their own?
Oh, no. Yes, they can give a bio break.
Okay,
How's
bio
that?
break.
2-minute
While we
bio
set up.
break.
Thank you.
Okay, the governing board is going to resume, and Kaylin McGee is our wonderful facilitator joining us again. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. To start, I've been instructed to make sure that we finish this session no later than 7 p.m. 7 p.m. tomorrow. We will finish by then. Just kidding. We will be done by 4:30. If sooner, then we'll do that too. In previous retreats and in preparation for this retreat, some of the things that we've heard from you in terms of goals is to use these opportunities to improve operations, for you to get to work together by working on issues together, and to really engage on some of the hardest stuff, because that's the most interesting and because that's where we need the leadership. Therefore, we prepared an agenda to do just that, that is built around the strategic priorities, the 3 strategic priorities: keeping Tahoe moving, restoration and resilience, and Tahoe living. Because we are getting a little bit of a later start today, we're going to shrink or streamline some of the latter ones on restoration, resilience, Tahoe living. And before we finish, we're also going to touch on operations and committees. We talked about this in prep, and it's something that I think the staff hopes that you'll vote on in November. So we want to make sure that we save some time by the end of this discussion to at least acknowledge some proposed changes to committee structure and some operations. Regarding the discussions on the priorities, starting with Keep Tahoe Moving, since these retreats are not for narrowing or for decision-making, really this is an opportunity to focus on the background, how we got here, where we are, and the general strategies underneath those priorities for achieving that, not programs or projects or prioritizing those. But this is a great opportunity for discussions like, what is the problem or problems we are really trying to solve under this priority area? What are the desired outcomes? What do we get if we achieve success on these things? What are some of the challenges and obstacles to achieving those? This is useful for some of the members of your board that have younger tenure, but actually everybody has different levels of familiarity with, depending on which of these you've worked on and how long you've been around, and all of these are thick challenges. So it's a nice opportunity to pull back to a high level and really dig in on these. So again, this is a great opportunity to ask questions. We're going to start with transportation first. Our goal is not problem solving or deciding today, but really digging into what's the hardest stuff here. And then, the real focus is, what can this board do about that? What roles can you play in advancing these strategic priorities? So that's the frame for this discussion. And to start us off, several staff and other partner agencies were able to meet with transportation officials yesterday, which gave an opportunity for your executive director to frame up a short summary of kind of the history, the background of transportation in recent decades. And then, of course, we've got at least 2 other resources who may want to chime in after that. Your chair and your colleague, Commissioner Hill, who is the chair of the Tahoe Transportation District. So, Director Reagan, when you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you. Kayla McGee is a great asset partner that we love to work with. So thank you for the time that you spent in conversing with him ahead of today, so that we could really cut right to the chase of what the issues are that are on your minds, and then flow through the strategic priorities discussion into some tactical wrap up of committees. Because now that we do have a full complement of the board, we need to move some committees around, all in the service of better community engagement, better alignment with the work that we do, and more efficiency for your time as a volunteer board. The thing that I think that we all have been struggling with over these last few years is fitting it all in. Most days it feels like we have 20 pounds of potatoes that need to go in a 3-pound bag, and Irish family, we think in potatoes. So it is very difficult to accomplish the complexity, the level of complexity that we work in, with maximizing your expertise and all the contributions that you make, and fitting that into a day, 1 day a month. And then keeping you informed throughout that rest of the time, recognizing that you all have very busy day jobs. So we're working on it. It's a work in progress, but we're going to make some strides today. And I'm very honored to kick this off. And I want to thank our executive team and our staff for helping pull these items together for you. And we thought that if myself and Kim and John as the deputy executive directors and myself would kick these items off, and then we'll turn it over to you and Kaylin can facilitate some discussion. So we'll go to the next slide. So as Kaylin said, and it was wonderful to have our board chair, Cindy, with us yesterday to talk transportation throughout the whole entire day with state of California officials that pass a lot of money, you know, into this basin, and we need more. And so what we try to do is do a very high level briefing for them, just to give them that layer of complexity. I don't need to tell you that this is complex because you are the policymakers in this basin. But what I tried to emphasize to them there is that, you know, we cannot build our way to solve our transportation problems. We're not going to add extra lanes. We're not going to put in new turn signals. We have a finite watershed. We have a watershed-based governance with multiple partners in the transportation space and a lot of overlap. And that our goal as the MPO is to really help facilitate our partners to get to delivery. And we do that in partnership with many partners, including the Tahoe Transportation District. As Kaylin said, we'd love to hear from Member Hill, who's also chairs that committee. But we try to give them that lay of the land that it's complicated, but we can leverage that complication for max value. For example, like we got our federal formula change of population to accommodate this multi-jurisdictional boundary to become an MPO. To become an MPO, Metropolitan Planning Organization, you need a year-round population of 50,000. We don't have one community in Tahoe that has 50,000. You know, the city and El Dorado County have, 30,000 combined. So Senator Reed got the whole basin's population to count. That's how we got to be an MPO in the first place 23 years ago. But that didn't come with much more money. So to be at the big kids table of MPOs, you need to have much bigger populations. So in federal law, we have a population just over 200,000. California has never recognized that. So for 6-7 years, that could open up doors for millions of dollars. So that's one of the big flags that we waved yesterday of trying to discuss a path for how that might help us be more sustainable. So just giving you a flavor, but I wanted to share one thing that Secretary Omashakin said to us. We took him out to Emerald Bay, and we had California State Parks there on the Forest Service. We went to California Tahoe Conservancy and the Johnson Meadow. We had partners from El Dorado County join us for the Greenway bike trail that then went to the college. We saw the clean energy charging facilities at the college. So we had a bundle of partners, and he came back and said, "Y'all are really ahead of most places in California." He was amazed, and this is a very, big figure on the national stage, moved here from Tennessee. He was blown away at our level of collaboration, at how far we're advanced in like building trails, having the whole mindset of active transportation, reducing dependency on the automobile. But he recognized the challenges that were considered rural, in the landscape of funding. And so we were brainstorming some ways to get around that. But it's always nice to hear that we are on the cutting edge, but we are still struggling. So we highlighted that. I'll take the next slide. And so we went through, of course, the bridge over Emerald Bay. That always gets a, why TRPA is existing. And we explained the compact and how the compact is so unique. And we discussed how we were able to tailor that federal legislation to recognize our population because of the abundance of public lands, the Forest Service, and the fact that we're an interstate compact, unlike any other in the United States. So we explained all that to him, and that this could have been a gigantic city as big as San Francisco, and that part of, I think, also the ethos of not thinking about transportation investment is kind of like, ooh, that's a negative, So we've had to turn that around to say, oh no, transportation investment now is part of the solution. You can advance, please. So then we broke down, and I thought also, just particularly for some newer members, like that breakdown of who does what, even some seasoned members have said, could we just have just a big map? So Kim's going to talk to you about kind of the partnership landscape on some of those initiatives, but at the heart of it, we have the compact, The compact gives us the environmental threshold standards that we have in 10 categories. We adopted a new transportation and sustainable communities. You adopted that in 2021 standard. So we have a number 10 threshold standard now that now flows through the regional plan and into the regional transportation plan. And so we are updating the regional transportation plan in the next 2 years. And that's where we're really going to be, looking under the hood and getting into how we develop a project list, how we pay for it, what's possible, what can we hit our greenhouse gas emissions, but it really flows from the compact through the thresholds to the regional plan. And the beauty of our legislation in the compact is that we get to connect land use and transportation. So we have an unbelievable opportunity that no other MPO in the country has, or COGS, Council of Governments. We actually can marry the two together. And so should be super easy, right? Not quite. I'll take the next slide. And then, we explained within that regional transportation plan that we truly have a legislative mandate to reduce dependency on the private automobile. And over time, we've been looking at the transportation investments, which are hundreds of millions of dollars. Like Caltrans alone has put up almost $350 million over the last 10 or 15 years, largely to clean the water runoff coming off the roads. So we've attacked transportation in terms of water quality. Historically, that's been the big investment. So we've retrofitted all the state highway roads around the lake and many of our local government roads to capture runoff, because what happens on the land affects the lake and the runoff affects the clarity of the lake. So we've been doing that, but at the same time, we have not had enough investment in reducing dependency on the automobile. And that happens through carrots and sticks and through investments in transit. And so we went through that, the big picture that we are really trying to develop an interconnected system that then touches our big regions of drive up markets from the Bay Area to Northern Nevada. Take the next slide. And then we broke down, he really did love our transit trails technology and communities in corridors, which we've renamed towns. So it's really the 4 T's: transit trails technology and towns, and moving our transportation investments in that direction so that we connect the system and invest in things like better travel demands so that people don't have to drive around Emerald Bay to get there to find that there's no parking there. How can we do better on the technology front? And there's some pretty innovative work that's going around the state and in both states that we can leverage. And we got into some discussions around what could be some solutions, reservations, better connections for trails. When we went into the Emerald Bay State Park, the bus could barely turn and get out. Because there were people, that parking lot was loaded. I mean, just, an average Tuesday afternoon in the off season, so-called off season. And we could barely get the little minibus that TTD generously provided to get out of that parking lot. So it just illustrated the point. And at the same time that we were standing there for 15 minutes, a bike rider was going up, good for him. He was climbing. Then we had a UPS truck go by. So it kind of highlights, this is freight going between North and South Shore. Cars were flowing with people enjoying sightseeing, but there's workers going from one part of the South Shore to the north or from the north to the south. And so all of those complexities with the visitation were intermingled in that stop. It was actually a perfect highlight. And I'll take the next slide. And so then it was wonderful to have the Tahoe Transportation District. Carl Hasty was there. We also had the Tahoe Conservancy and some other partners, the Science Council. Bob Larson was there to just really give a picture of how we work together. And I thought for the benefit of this discussion with you, as we get into the priorities, we would talk about, historically, TRPA as the MPO is doing the planning function. We are helping with the corridor planning, and the board now is adopting those corridor plans as amendments to the regional plan and the regional transportation plan. And the Tahoe Transportation District, also chartered in the compact in Article 9, is implementing that and doing some big regional connections. And so we tried to articulate a little bit of the who does what, but then you also have the North Shore, and you have Placer County running transit there, and you have El Dorado County and the city of South Lake Tahoe contributing now much more into transit and transportation solutions, micro transit. We explained some of the innovations around that, and then all of our other partners at the state level, DOTs that do the work. So it's a very complex field, but we are doing better all the time at working together in how we address the challenges that we just looked at. In the next slide, it might be the very last one. So with that, I did want to share also that we're not alone, as evidenced by that Mountain Planners Conference around conflict. And I was just very honored to get an invitation from Senator Jackie Rosen, who is the subcommittee chair on tourism, trade, and exports under the Commerce Committee in Washington, to come and testify on November 7th in Washington on a hearing on destination stewardship and how that intersects with transportation and tourism-based economies, because a lot of other places in the country are struggling with these same things. So I'm super excited to go and represent Tahoe and be available at that hearing in Washington. And so it just goes to show that we often feel like we're behind on some areas, but others do look to us to be leaders. And we want to learn from what we take in from meeting with some of those other experts. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back to Kaylin, who will walk us through the facilitated discussion.
Absolutely. Before I open it up the floor for conversation and any questions that you want to go on transportation, please let me check with some of your colleagues. Commissioner Hill, as chair of TTD, is there anything that you want to add by way of context to this conversation?
Yes, I think there at TTD, we are looking at this picture in a very broad sense. We are going to have a retreat in December and really talk about funding sources and how we support transit in a better way today. And I think there may be some opportunities to work and do a joint meeting with TRPA and TTD. There are some members who are on the TTD board who are in the room today, but there are folks at TRPA who have no idea what TTD is up to. We're finishing up a short range transit plan that may look at changing some funding and how we fund our fixed route, and looking at, changing that for microtransit and doing some community outreach for that. But really, I think that it would be exciting for TRPA to think about, what are the major problems we're trying to solve, understanding that we do have less traffic, but we want to see more of that traffic go into buses. And how do we get there, and who are the people we want to see using that transit, and then how do we ensure that we're investing in the right capital projects to get there, with all of that timing being thought out. And I was talking to Kaylin, and I'd like to think about what would a perfect Tahoe look like to board members in 20 years, and what are the obstacles? Why are we not getting there? And, I think I know what the obstacles are, but I think it would be interesting to hear from the board. And I'd like to see some more collaboration between TRPA and TTD, because we are the implementers at the TTD between, with so much that TRPA puts in the planning process. But I'm happy to hear from folks on that. Thank you, Kaylin.
Thank you. Chair, is there anything you'd like to add?
I think just two items quickly, because I do think Secretary Amishakin, did I get it right? Mentioned how well our 4 Ts aligned with their 4 focus areas of safety, equity, climate, and economic prosperity. And looking at how we're implementing those really hit on a lot of key factors. Obviously, key to us was getting more money. And so we talked quite a bit about the bi-state and the 777 plan, and the fact that the local and private share is there. And that for this year, we have adequate funding, but the whole discussion on where we head to make that ongoing funding, and how far ongoing will meet the terms of the agreements on the regional plan, are really complicated in transportation, because it is heavily reliant on formula funding for transit and special funding for projects, and yet we need both. And so if we're going to make that shift, we need that formula funding to change, if at all possible, at those states, and more or other creative ways to get there. And then how we prioritize those projects that will achieve those goals on both of those. So I think those are great points of discussion to continue talking about, especially as we bump up against the deadline on the VMT at the end of this year, to define what is ongoing and how much can we control at the local level. We've done our share, and I think we have multiple years of funding from the locals, but maybe not from the state and feds. So thanks.
Please let me open this to your comments and questions, including, this is a great time where if any of those pieces aren't familiar to you, 777, what is the by state? What are the implications of VMT and the timing on VMT at the end of this year? This is a great time to ask those questions. And really this conversation is focused on where are we and what's it going to take to move this forward, including the role of this board. And so all are welcome as you like, please. Please.
I guess I just want to really appreciate what Julie was mentioning about the fixed infrastructure that we have in transportation, right? It's when you think about transportation, it's a public decision about land use, right? We've decided that land will be held and used for roads, which are, paved over, unuseful for anything else. And so I really appreciate that Julie pointed out that that's our fixed infrastructure. And so when we think about our solutions to respond to Alexis's question, it's like, what does that look like in the future? Well, for me, I don't imagine tremendously more of that fixed infrastructure. What I imagine is a different way of moving on that infrastructure, right? That when I'm coming up 50, I see a lot more commuter buses, right? I see a lot or smaller micro transit buses that can move people in more flexible timeframes.
Or you're on it.
Yeah, or I'm on it. Exactly. I mean, in an ideal world, there's a convenient way for me to get here for the meetings every month, right? I don't like renting a car and pumping gas to be here every month. And if there was a more convenient way, it would be wonderful. So, that's what I imagine is that this in thinking about ensuring that the Tahoe region is accessible and is for everyone, right? That we have an opportunity to see and experience this beauty in 20 years. I imagine, again, fixed infrastructure that is maintained and accessible, but ways of moving around that look very different from what we see today.
Can I just add, piggyback to that? How do we build infrastructure outside of our basin that facilitates that? And because I think that's a challenge we're not able to address here within the basin, but on our entrances to the basin, we were talking about parking at the break. If we want people to use those, then they need to have a safe place to leave their vehicles and know that they'll be there when they come back, whether they're in the basin or just outside the basin.
Well, and Madam Chair, I think as both of us county representatives with 90% of the population outside of the basin and only a small percent here, I think we are key to bringing those discussions back to our boards so that when they are talking about transportation dollars, we're saying this is a need that we need allocated down here or up there, whether it's a park and ride or whatever it is. But I think oftentimes when I'm in the basin, I only think about the basin, and when I'm not in the basin, I'm not thinking about the basin, but they are intricately combined there. So.
I think Kaylin's facilitating.
Oh,
Please.
okay.
Let's make it conversational until we need to stack a queue, please.
Okay.
I see you, Cody.
What is the status of our efforts to engage the railroads? We get Amtrak, right, with a station in Reno. There's probably no connection between the Amtrak station where people disembark and Tahoe. And we have obviously a railway company that is primarily focused on the transportation of freight. And I know that we've had these conversations with them off and on. They're a hard nut to crack, but I'm wondering if we just need to apply more pressure, bring in more parties as part of the, to participate in the conversation so that they can realize that, not only they are doing a public service, but it could be potentially lucrative for them.
Mr. Facilitator and Madam Chair, Julie Reagan. I'm going to invite Michelle Glicker to come up to the podium, but we did cover that in our discussions yesterday. This comes up a lot. Just, you think the Denver ski train, in Colorado. We could do much better with rail. I personally have been in meetings with Senator Feinstein. I think I've talked with Member Bass about this, where, she could not even get Union Pacific to budge, on the more passenger service. So at any rate, it is an area that we're working on, but
Well, I don't want to
Yeah.
steal Cindy's thunder,
Well,
actually.
no,
So
go-
you
no.
were pointing at me and I was like, Cindy.
Yeah, I think she was trying, well, Placer County is working, and Placer County Transportation Planning Agency, PCTPA, with SACOG, with, you're gonna have to remind me the acronyms, the Bay Area, and we've got Reno Transit.
That's right.
We've got everybody working on this additional rail capacity study. They've done surveys. They indicate that they could go higher in round trips per day between the Bay Area and Western Nevada. It's a matter of funding some improvements at some of the stations. Michelle, am I correct that that's where it ended? But we're going to the next phase of study, and Union Pacific, I keep twisting arms there every time I have a meeting with them. There is some movement, but it's going to come with them needing money to improve the rail system. So that's North Shore. But Michelle, fill in the gaps there because.
Well, I'll do
you're
a
the-
little yes. No, it's been a great collaboration. And I think you're thinking about the Capital Corridor, I think as they call it, right? So we do have both states at the table and representatives like Ms. Gustafson, who have been spearheading this and not letting us go back to our corners and keeping us moving. So there's some good progress. There've been a couple studies and we've contributed as TRPA and as well as the other partners to keeping those studies kind of going along and seeing some good results on potential for new, additional passenger rail. Also, there is a bus system, albeit maybe one trip a day, that does come from Sacramento and comes up here. Probably not the proper times that are needed for a governing board meeting, but that's the system we also would like to see expanded. When I say that, I mean a few more trips a day. Let's see how that goes, slowly. And I also know that Ms. Lane has been working on that as well with her partnership on the other side of the hill.
And if I could add, there is a bus connection from the Amtrak station in Truckee to the lake. And I don't know how often it goes every day, but.
Yeah, so all great things. I personally been a big proponent for rail. I feel like that really needs to be included in our 20-year long range planning. And you looked at a few years back when the infrastructure projects were coming out of the federal DOT, high-speed rail being proposed all the way across the country with lines from places like Cheyenne, Wyoming into Fort Collins. And it hit me at that time as how is there not a line from Reno to Minden that is being proposed as high speed, especially with the economic kind of boom that's happening in Northern Nevada and the housing issues that could really help provide people to get into Reno to work. But then you also make the connection, which has happened historically up and over Spooner Summit with a stop at the Spooner Mobility Hub and the state line. And if you look at the high-speed technology, 200-mile-per-hour rail could get people from San Francisco into South Lake Tahoe in 3.5 hours, quicker than you would get here by car. And that's what they're doing in the Alps and everywhere else. So I feel that it's very critical we get that into our long-range plan, is the line between Reno into Carson as well up and over Spooner. And then we would probably be on that federal map. But from what I was told from Senator Rosen's office and others, is that because it's not in our long range plan, we're not getting included in those. So I think that's something that we really need to look at. Other long range projects that I think can be very transformative is in the city of South Lake Tahoe is a pedestrian gondola along US 50 with 5 stops that happen throughout town and a large parking structure at the Y. This type of infrastructure was just built in Mexico City along a 7-mile stretch with 5 stops, same type of thing. Doppelmayr has an entire urban division for these type of things. And if we did that, we would never be running buses again on Highway 50 and be able to move thousands of people across town in the most heavily densely populated part of the lake. I also believe that, one thing that's come up to me, and, the compact hasn't been open since 1980. And when we looked at the basin entry fee and the complications between both states and, kind of became impossible to get a basin entry fee based on, I think, more Nevada as well as not the will happening in California. with our unique kind of compact and the congressional authority it has, it raises the question of if we were to open that, could we get a basin entry fee with U.S. congressional authority to kind of override the states? Because that's the real elephant in the room to me, is we have the real need for funding, and it's such a large number that I don't think any of our local governments are going to ever make that. And so how do we create a long-term sustainable funding source? And to me, a basin entry fee, if it were to ever be possible, would do that and really fulfill the goals that we need. But again, I know that has become complicated, but it seems that the compact, if it were to be reopened, could possibly address that.
Happy to take another comment. In this space, this is not a, oh, who does? Pardon me, Mr. Honigman, hello. Please.
Hey, thanks. I know it's hard to get attention on here, which is fine. I just wanted to say, there was a slide up about our 60s era transportation planning, and really it's also 1960s land use planning based on the automobile. And as Julie said, the two go really hand in hand, and we are rare in that we control both sides of it. And when I was applying for this role with the governor's office, I was just doing some research and looking at transportation, and then I just looked at the density of the lake. I'm like, oh, that'll never work, because there's no place in the basin that has good enough density to support a fixed line bus system. And so I think we have to be working to create those nodes around the lake of higher density, trying to consolidate our guest rooms and our housing as best we can into some nodes where we have places to pick up. We know the destinations. We know there's casinos and ski resorts and Emerald Bay and Sand Harbor and other big popular places, but we don't have the places to pick up those people, to take them there and then drop them off later. They're too spread out. I think the microtransit side of things is really interesting, but I wonder if I'm not completely sure how it's working right now, but instead of us buying equipment, hiring people, if we try subsidizing some of the services that are available and making them work in a way that benefits us and accomplishes our goals, like subsidizing Uber Pool and other services like that, to make that more efficient, then we don't have to put out any of those capital costs, because we have that classic last mile, first mile problem with our transit service. So just thinking we need to look at that. I was actually surprised that I haven't seen any of those e-bike kind of rental places or drop off pickup services up in Tahoe, because in the summer, excuse me, in the summer, it seems like those might work. And maybe it's just a matter of providing a little subsidy that might be more economical, but you guys have probably already thought about it. I just thought I'd mention it. So thanks.
Director Settlemyre.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to clarify for the record, I do think the compact was updated in 2013-14, about the same time as the regional plan as required by Nevada state law and California state law. Otherwise, some things would have happened. Anyways, thank you.
I think one of the things we're hearing in the discussion is something that we've all struggled with, as long as I've lived here, is transportation is hard. It's tied to so many other factors, and we don't know, even with that surge of traffic that we saw in the data coming up the East Shore, in that reversal of patterns, who are those folks? I mean, for me driving that, I would love to have a way to get here to meetings without having to drive, and then I could be focused on getting work done before and after the meetings. But I think knowing more about who's driving, who's, any data we can get. And I think cell phones can help us, because then we can see whether they're commute, if they're repeat people making those trips, or if they truly are unique visitors. some of that data is so critical, but I think this is where I felt on this board, and there's probably frustration that we're not moving fast enough, but transportation takes a long time. And, staying with it as boards change and new board members come on and continuing that vision. Oh, that isn't my vision, that was their vision, but you're 10 years into a project that takes 20 years to fund. It isn't a simple fix. So, I don't know what I'm trying to lead to with that, except throw that out there that it is hard. And it is the area where I feel we've had the least consensus in vision. We know what we're going to do on water quality. We know what we're going to do on aquatic invasives. We know what we're working on in a lot of these areas. But, the minute we talk about increased density, sirens go off. And yet we know transit works better when there's higher density. So how do we help build trust in the community that good land use planning and good vibrant town centers lead to less traffic and less dependence on the automobile? That's a really hard thing for people to trust and believe in, as we've seen in our meetings.
Thank you, Julie Reagan, for the record. Just to jump in to address a couple of the comments, great discussion. And I really want to thank Cindy for mentioning the bi-state consultation on transportation. And again, for the newer members, that is really how Secretary Wade Crowfoot got to get the Secretary of CalSTA up here, because the natural resources agencies of both states came together first to negotiate compromise around the update of the regional plan. And it was when the compact was amended in 2013 in both states. And then that was ratified by Congress in 2016 through the so-called WIN Act, which was the WIRDA bill, the Water Infrastructure Bill. So the discussion around bi-state transportation took the model of, hey, the two states came together under the leadership of natural resources agencies to get the regional plan done. And I must say, I was going to close with this at the end of the meeting, but in case people have to leave, I just know that we all had a sad day when we lost Senator Dianne Feinstein most recently. She meant a great deal to me personally and to many of us around the table and in the audience and the public. And it was really her leadership that brought our two governors together to get the regional plan updated. It was following a summit. We were all in a room after one of her luncheons, and that created this new dynamic between the two states that's now, I think, stronger than ever. And so we got the regional plan update done, and then transportation was the next frontier. And that's when the bi-state got back together. And that was 6 years ago. And we're still working on this now. And then leadership changed, the governors changed, and the two states have stayed committed. And so the product of that work most recently was our transportation action plan. And just to get this agreed upon list of projects that would be the first tier priorities, it shouldn't have been that hard, but it was. I mean, to the chair's point, these are difficult resource decisions of individual local governments and implementers that have different priorities and different missions, but we got it done. And now how do you pay for it? So I feel like we are probably at the best place as a basin partnership than we've been in the last 20 plus years to actually move the needle. And to Vince's point earlier, we did brief the secretary yesterday about some of the services like Lime scooters and those other alternative modes of transportation. We did start with bikes under Lime, probably 7 or 8 years ago. The demand is more for scooters, but we have thousands and thousands of rides on scooters right now, particularly on the South Shore. 2 different companies are operating and the market demand was for scooters. So that is part of it. And then also one point that we made on the trails that I didn't want this to get lost because it came up in public comment. We are designing trails, most trails now, to accommodate emergency vehicles. So the trail that we went on the Greenway, the Dennis Machida Memorial Trail that goes from the Sierra working class neighborhood over to the college and beyond, is designed to handle vehicles of 20,000+ pounds. So an emergency vehicle could go on those trails. It's not designed for, a massive evacuation, but it is designed to assist in the immediate area of emergency. And we just thought that was a point that we wanted to share as well. So just a couple facts to add into the discussion.
Please.
Just one more reminder, Cody brought up the attempt to reestablish the B&T line between Carson and Minden Gardnerville. And I think most of the right of way in that case is still intact, but that is something we've overlooked as a society. You know, we were so preoccupied with progress. You know, trains became kind of obsolete in people's minds because they were reminiscent of the 1800s, and a lot of that right of way has disappeared, and that is a huge additional cost for establishing connections using rail as a primary form of passenger transportation. So just wanted to mention that. We need to keep that in mind, everyone working on transportation alternatives.
I think we're getting close to move to another priority. I do want to check and see if one of your members online, I hope I'm not putting her on the spot, but Member Hayes, when we spoke prior to this, you spoke from a DC perspective about the importance of unity of message and some of the opportunities available. Do we have her available online, and are you available? I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot. If not, I think I can briefly summarize the key theme. I'm almost done it already.
She was, but not.
So it's not appropriate for me to speak for her, but I just will highlight the message that she brought up as we were discussing this topic, which is that there is at least some predictability about this administration for at least the next year and a half, that there are a range of funding sources that are available right now from a number of different sources, and that from her perspective, looking at it from the DC side, what she sees is that when there is unity and clarity around message from a broad constituency, that those are the things that could win the day. And that she highlighted that that is a key element to getting success for paying for some of these critical transportation pieces. So, yeah.
And if I can piggyback on that, because I know we need to keep moving, but this actually speaks to a couple of the other board member comments. And I'm glad that we did have that feedback from someone with her experience in Washington, because it really goes back down, to Member Bass's point about the basin entry. And we did talk about that yesterday. We adopted our new VMT standard in April of 2021. And at the time, the One Tahoe report that TTD produced, which was a huge body of work, really was leaning hard on that one solution to be that source of ongoing funding for transportation. And we did not have unanimous support or unanimity for that strategy. And that is when the partnership pivoted later that year in 2021 to come up with a shared model, and that flowed out of the bi-state process. And that's what we dubbed the 777. We have a $20 million a year gap in implementing the regional transportation plan. And if each sector of the EIP, the federal government, both states, local governments, and private sector could come up with $7 million annual dollars a year, that would be a way to solve this problem. And so I did want to just clarify that, because it's going to be coming back to you in a couple of months related to some policies that we adopted back in April of the need for that ongoing funding, and whether that would trigger a new VMT standard of review for projects. So more to come on that, but all of this is overlapping with previous decisions of the board, the shift in strategy, but how we move forward to get the federal money in particular really does require consensus. And that's what the bi-state consultation really tried to drive, because that basin entry fee, there was not consensus. So that I think we've shown as a partnership that Tahoe makes the most progress when we can link arms and have that shared approach. And that's what we've been putting forward, and what you will be hearing in a couple of months, an update on that. And we have already come up with 23 million for this year, our target year, and that is like 2 years ahead of schedule. So the partnership in the 777 has come up with 23 million annual new dollars for transportation in 2023. So that's pretty impressive. We just need that for 19 more years. And so that's what we're trying to figure out.
And if I could just, I'm sorry to belabor this, but remember that the 20 million per year for 20 years was half of what we estimated we needed. And we didn't have infrastructure outside the basin for parking in that plan. We didn't have expanded rail service. So, so rather than trying to get to double that or to the bigger question, if we could just fulfill where we're headed with the 20 and show how much more we need to really make that 20 work, then maybe we can get back to more dialogue and more recognition of how much larger we have to go and what are the other funding mechanisms to get there, right? And so sometimes I think in our aspirations to see the ultimate solution, we're missing what we need to do today to get there. And if we can keep that in sight, I think that helps build that consensus, because that's where I've heard disagreement. No, we've got to go to basin entry fee. Well, maybe we prove to them we have to have a basin entry fee by doing all these other things that get us to the point where we go, now we have to have some way to make people get, to disincentivize the automobile, because now we have the system in place that they can get on for free and easily get into the basin. And so the equity issue is gone, right? And then it's really the choice. Maybe that's a way to get there, I guess, is my encouragement and support, Julie. I'm trying to, keep us moving forward incrementally versus trying to go for the whole pie at one time.
And I just had one more question about, so for instance, with the project, which was the gondola project, which has only been talked about high level. However, we did get unanimous support at council to add it in our strategic plan. I went to Caltrans and they said, well, you got to get the MPO to at least put it in a plan for us to even consider or look at it. So what would be the process? You've shown that you guys had it the bi-state and kind of really got to the capital improvement, but that wasn't there and considered at the time. So how can we get that considered or at least added somewhere into the MPO's plan?
Yeah, and I'm gonna see if Nick Haven wants to come up and just address that. But basically, we are updating the RTP, the Regional Transportation Plan. And in terms of what projects, it gets technical quick. There's constrained and unconstrained funding. And so I think I'm really glad that Chair Gustafson mentioned this, because our RTP is about, let's just call it rough numbers, $2.5 billion. That's money that we think we can get in the bank pretty easily. Those are projects that we have foreseeable funding. There's another $1 billion in our plan that we don't have an immediate way to fund. So already we're $1 billion in the hole of what we'd like to do that we don't have a foreseeable revenue path. Then there's the gondola, there's rail, there's others that we really should do that we don't even have in the project list. So that's part of what we are looking at, but maybe Michelle might want to speak more specifically about that.
Thank you, Director Reagan. Michelle Blickert, Transportation Planning Program and Manager, and I'll let Nick fill in any blanks that I hit here. So this has been a great conversation as we do kick off the Regional Transportation Plan. It's happening over the next few months. We will be back here before that with a performance report on the transportation system. And then we'll be working with all of the partners to talk about the transportation projects that are important to them. So we'll be updating that Regional Transportation Plan list. And it's a bit of a wish list, as Director Reagan was just saying, like, we don't have all the funds to do everything we want, but that's the process. Like, we will work with the local directors of public works and also have a host of public meetings to get feedback on all of those projects. And that's what today was about too, hearing about some of those first steps when it's in the plan, and then you get the planning funds, and then we go back out to the public. But it's getting kicked off here in the next few months, and we'll have an opportunity to share that with the public as well.
I don't want to get into the weeds, but on things like putting rail in, I worked with, I was Assistant City Manager, CD Director, Redevelopment Director in Reno. 12 to 15 years ago, we were looking at a streetcar for 6 miles between UNR and Meadowood and getting that into the RTP down there. It was only $150 million a mile. And the minimum densities to make it work were 25, average of 100 units per acre. So that's what you're really talking about. So I want people to have a sense of reality of, when we talk about doing things like that. And that was 12 to 15 years ago.
Strictly passenger service, right? Yeah, as opposed to freight, which would make it more viable.
No, that was just streetcar, not even light rail.
A streetcar with rubber tires?
No, streetcar on rail, but light rail is one step up from that with fewer stops, bigger. Streetcars are usually one or two cars. And light rail, like I think Cody was talking about, is multiple, like small trains, small passenger.
No,
trains.
no, I understand that, but I think what we're trying to do is well, we're still trying to persuade Union Pacific to be a player.
But there is no UP line between Reno and Carson and Minden and the Lake. That's what I was trying to.
Oh, okay, all right.
Please.
Thank you. I just wanted to echo what our chair said a little bit, that it makes a lot of sense to me that we have priority projects that we've chosen and we're working on getting sustainable funding for those projects. That seems like a pretty good place to start to me. So I'm glad that that's sort of our centering focus. And Alexis, Member Hill, you said this, and I'm saying it much less eloquently than you did, but that also seemed to be your message.
Thanks, everybody, for this great discussion. On transportation, we're on track. We don't want to get derailed. When it comes to changes, this is where the rubber meets the road. So we all need to get on the bus. But let me ferry us to our next discussion. I did. I've been working on that in the last 3-4 minutes. Next resource priority area, restoration and resilience.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Very hard act to follow, but I asked Kaylin to put me after transportation, so mine would be like super easy. Truth be told, restoration and resilience is also hard, but it's hard in a different way. But my goal today is just to kind of go over very briefly the history, where we are now, and what we've planned in the strategic priority that you're all really familiar with because we put it in our work plan. So it's just a brief refresher of, we got great feedback from you, and I'll just hit the high points, the 4 or 5 points we have to implement the strategic priority. And I would love your feedback on additional information you want to see, or ways that we can work with the board to accelerate the actions that we're trying to put in place. So the environmental improvement program really centers around increasing our restoration of the basin and our climate resilience. And that program has a long history, and I'll say success, over the last 27 years. We've built a really strong foundation with many, many partners. Many of you know I led the environmental improvement division here for a number of years, and now I've moved to the chief partnerships officer, which is exciting for me because it really drives home the partnerships and what it takes to implement this program. I actually passed out a nice colorful handout, and it's on our website as well if anyone's online. But the environmental improvement program is currently at least 80 partners strong. It's probably more now since we've made this handout a few years ago. But TRPA serves as the leader, the convener, the facilitator of this basin-wide program. We have a shared set of priority projects. We have a shared set of priorities that we're trying to meet through our thresholds. And the whole goal of the program is to accelerate our threshold attainment through a proactive set of projects. We found out many years ago that you can't just regulate and expect you to meet your goals in a timely way. We have to all work together to implement projects that are, just increasing the pace and what we want to achieve those thresholds. So the whole goal of this strategic priority, is to continue to increase the pace and the scale. Climate change is here. We need to build climate resilience as quickly as we can. So let's build on the foundation that we have and keep building it bigger, better, stronger. So the 5 main areas that we have outlined in the strategic priority, first is a thing we call cutting the green tape. I think you all are familiar with red tape and kind of what that connotation means, but here in the basin, when we're trying to implement these projects that are really beneficial for the environment and for achieving our goals, we want to make sure we aren't getting in our own way as far as permitting and working with other agencies and trying to get those in a timely manner on the ground. So we've already implemented some measures here where, let's say we have a restoration project and we have multiple agencies working together, the Lahontan Water Quality Board, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, TRPA, the Forest Service, for example. All of those are working on a project such as Taylor to Lac. We found ways that we could increase our permitting efficiency, our environmental review, because that project needed to get done for us to actually prevent degradation of the site, right? So we're learning and we're finding ways that we can deploy those types of things that we're putting in place for a project like that on a larger scale. So that's one of our priorities, is cutting the green tape. It's actually an initiative for the California Natural Resources Agency statewide, and we're a partner in that, and we're helping other regions do the same. Tahoe really being a model. The next is EIP funding efficiencies and capacity building. Of course, we need more funding to increase the program. We need to build on what we already have. We've been successful with Lake Tahoe Restoration Act as that federal anchor, but we haven't reached our full potential on the authorization. And we want to make sure we're getting the state, local, private match wherever we can to increase the total dollar amounts that we're putting out there into projects. And we talked a little bit this morning in the board meeting about how we can make sure we're getting dollars out to our government agency partners that are all of these people, all implementing these projects. Sometimes there's just better ways to do contracting and interagency agreements so we can get the funding out to the partners that are implementing. So we're looking at that. Increased engagement with the private sector. They've always been a part of the EIP, but I think we can continue to build more private partners into that equation. We know there's big projects coming from, Vail Resorts or Barton or Homewood or, these big private landowners that, how are they contributing through their private development projects into the environmental improvement program? There's huge opportunity there. We want to make sure we're making those connections where we can. Next, threshold update. Those are going to be coming to you soon. For example, the stream environment zone goals that we have in our thresholds, we're close to achieving the threshold we set many, many years ago, which is a huge accomplishment for us, and we need to celebrate that. But we have a whole new goal that we're going to show you very soon. I think you've seen previews of it, but it's a whole new way of thinking about how we do stream environment zone restoration, whether it's not just quantity of acres restored, but really the quality. So that'll be coming to you along with our aquatic invasive species goals, Tahoe yellowcrest, water quality, all of those will be coming soon. And then incorporation of climate resilience into our code and TRPA priorities. You'll see code amendments coming in the spring that really help support our goals in solar, in EV charging and energy. We want to make sure we're supporting those or cutting green tape if we need to make sure we're greasing the wheels to get those types of projects that we want to see on the ground implemented. So that's kind of the big picture of what we're focusing on. A lot of that was developed from feedback from you all. So I think the discussion really is, what other information do you think you need to continue to make progress on these goals that I can bring to you? And how can we all work together as a board to continue to accelerate the success of the environmental improvement program? I think I'll do a teaser, I think, for the committee structure that we're going to lay out to you. Before we had an environmental improvement, transportation, and public outreach committee. It was like a jam-packed committee of a lot of stuff. We'd like to maybe see if we could, there's so much happening on transportation. Does that deserve its own committee? And then environmental improvement and really focusing on the things that I laid out, does that deserve its own committee? It's up to you all to decide that, but there's so much going on in both. I think it's been hard to put it all in one committee. So I'll stop there.
Just a quick housekeeping item. I noticed that at least one observer online has raised their hand, and we will do public comment to close out our session. But right now we'll stay on this topic, restoration and resilience. Great time for questions. And as Kim just talked about, towards the end, we want to talk about some structural changes that might support these strategic priorities better. Open floor. Please.
So thank you, Kim, for that. And as chair of the committee, I really appreciate, getting a concise report on where we're at. And I think that, clearly, there are tremendous opportunities for leveraging funding. And I know you all do a tremendous job in making sure that you're always constantly keeping track of, new grant sources that are coming up. And obviously, because of the partnerships, I think Tahoe becomes very competitive because it does have those leverage points. So I just want to emphasize that that's a place where those of us, that are in a position to try to help with local funding, state funding, we would love to hear about that. Maybe a way of communicating what projects are now quote ripe for funding, and how we can, forecast that those things are coming up, and therefore understanding, the appropriations process and how we might be able to help with that. Just as an example, the potential climate bond that might be coming up on the California side in November of 24. Let's see. don't know yet. So I think that kind of assistance that maybe we could provide as board members, we'd really love to see that happen. And I think that really breaking up the committee, so that transportation it becomes its own real focus, and we can concentrate. I know we haven't been able to have a meeting for our committee now for quite a few months. So this way, I think that it will, we can then focus on. One thing that I do just want to make sure of is that this committee also retains the education and outreach components with the community engagement. I think that would be really a good place to nest that. I mean, obviously that's a critical element in transportation and everything else that we do, but as a overarching issue, I would really appreciate seeing that stay with us. That's about it.
Ashley? Yeah, thank you. So in terms of the committee pieces, when Kaylin and I were talking about this, and I think about it since Julie mentioned it, I mean, obviously transportation is a behemoth issue. And so having a natural way to spend some time on it is great. I do worry about having enough board members to like actually fill up all these committees, and thinking about TTD and, the work that TTD does. What is the like lane that TRPA needs to be in, pun intended, for a transportation committee? What would be tackled, what would be I guess complementary to what TTD does, and also unique to what we can do as TRPA. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, transportation is a land use. It is a choice that we have made in terms of how we access and use our public lands. And so there is still that environmental improvement aspect to it. So I think that maybe it's like the decisions of transportation committee would still come to EIP just to be highlighted, to say, here are some things that we've decided. I think that would still be helpful. One thing I think about with EIP, and I think about this all the time because I work on a lot of forest health projects, is that we find that there's a limitation on workforce availability and equipment availability to do the types of restoration projects that are demanded across the state. And so it would be kind of interesting to think about that from an EIP perspective. When we think about all of the projects we have lined up in EIP and we're going after funding on all of them, what are the workforce demands and the equipment demands? And if we can get this funding, can we jump on it right away? And also then from a communications perspective, I think communicating the workforce that we do put to work in Tahoe on environmental improvement is really important. So, showing we're demanding this specifically for environmental improvement. And so that's something that is a benefit to both states and the basin as a whole. And B, that, we're really staging these projects to ensure that we have availability to jump on them when the funding comes up.
I've got two members, Member Honigman and Councilmember Bass.
Oops, turn on my camera again. Thanks, Kaylin. I really like the idea of the cutting the green tape section. A lot of these projects, involve so many different organizations, and I know that the complexity grows exponentially, and I'd love for us to continue with that, because I don't come from government service, so it's just incredible to me how slowly some things move. Like the West Shore fire treatment that I've been hearing about for several years that still hasn't started and is probably not going to for a couple more years. So, I'd like to learn more about how we convene those groups, or what our role could be in getting people together to make things hopefully happen faster. I know we're working on that, but I don't know how it works. I'd also like to cut the green dollars, because when I look at what we're paying for things up here, to me, it's unbelievably obscene. And I don't know, I know that we have a small impact on that, at least. I've heard it estimated that TRPA raises the cost by about 10%. I don't know if that's true, but I'd love to find out more about that, because, we approved a dorm where the rooms were subsidized $800,000 each plus free land. And this morning in operations and the whole board approved the transportation project for replacing the Meeks Bridge. That's 20 man years or 20 person years of engineering. If an engineer was making 250 grand, I mean, $5 million, just when you think about what that equates to, I don't know how it's possible we spend money this way. And that means we can't accomplish nearly as much as we want to. So I would like to see, not only on the environmental projects, but on all of them also, where our money is going, because it's offensive to me, deeply offensive as a taxpayer. And I'm approving them because, we need to get these things done, but I hate doing it every time. So I just wanted to throw that out there about cutting the green tape and cutting the green dollars. And then to Ashley's point of you not having enough equipment and manpower, they say the reason subways cost twice as much in the US as abroad is because we don't build them often. Every time we do, we're starting with no momentum, no people, no equipment, no experience. And I think the same is probably true up here. If we can perhaps string these out, so we're always doing the same stuff with the same people and the same equipment, maybe we can get some economies of scale and lower our costs. So I don't know if there's any way we can work to make that happen.
Member Bass, when you're ready. Yeah, thank you for the great report. It's great to hear that you actually are meeting thresholds somewhere, so it's awesome. I'm curious if we've looked at, with transportation, especially in the EIP, the ability with geothermal technology to melt the snow on roadways. And, we are a very active geothermal place. There's actually in Reno a lot of companies that are into that. And I actually brought this up to the district director for Caltrans, and he said, we'll find a pilot to do that. And what has come up recently is the US 50 revitalization program or project that currently is proposed to end at the state line, which I take major issue with, and have talked to Mr. Hasty about how we can make that go through the entire corridor. And to me, it hit me that that's a great place to start a pilot with geothermal, especially if we were to eliminate the 5th lane in California. That's where we currently store the snow, excuse me. And so if we had an ability to include geothermal, and I don't know if TRPA has code or has looked at what that means environmentally to dig a geothermal well, but I think when you look at the carbon reduction of not having to run plows, especially on the California side with dump trucks and how we move that middle lane of snow, I think there's huge carbon reduction and major environmental benefits, especially with water quality and some of the other things. So I think geothermal is something we should take a deep look at.
Let me leave a little space here. Please.
Just to address a couple comments. Vince, you'll love this because we walked this trail yesterday that is over a stream environment zone from a complete streets project that is gaining a lot of traction in California. We've been doing complete streets up here for a long time, where you don't just build a road for cars, but you're putting in sidewalks, you're putting in pedestrian facilities and lighting and landscaping and trails. And so we were highlighting that down Sierra Boulevard, which is a great project that was a big partnership through the EIP. And then now the trail connects to get over to the college. And this one section with the bridge over the wetlands, I think it costs about $4 million, in El Dorado County implemented that project with the Conservancy, with TRPA project mitigation funds, water quality mitigation funds went there. And Secretary Omashakin said, well, how much did that cost? We're like, well, it's about 4 million. And he was like, oh, that is nothing. So it was really like a perspective of like the scale of these things on the public work side. We are very conscious of what you're saying, of just trying to hold the line on cost, making sure we're as efficient as we can be so that we as an agency aren't driving up costs, because these costs are staggering. But I would say, our economic studies have shown, Kim, and maybe Kim has the stats at the ready, but we're looking at about 1,700 jobs a year created as a result of the environmental improvement program. And then, you know, it's about $1.50 return. Kim, what is the stat on the payback?
I think it's for every million invested in the EIP, we get a 1.6 million.
1.6 million return. So we have quantified the value of those investments, even though they are some pretty high costs. But public works projects have just exploded in cost, you know, in starting to stabilize somewhat, to the point where we couldn't even get, you know, bidders for certain projects in the basin. So it's not just a Tahoe problem, it's a nationwide problem, and particularly a Western problem as well that we're all working on.
Yeah, I mean, we find that there's competition among, sorry, I'm getting feedback, but among projects funded by the same source, right? Because all the funding becomes available and everyone goes after it, and suddenly the cost per acre, the cost per project just ramps up. And so that's why staging the projects could really, really help. And obviously you have to talk to funders about that, in terms of getting time to take appropriated funds and deliver the results. But it's something important to bring up, I think, when talking to funders and looking at grant guidelines, like, hey, if we get bids back that just far exceed the cost, can we extend the appropriation to get this done when the costs come down?
And I think the other issue is just the various agencies having all these great partners, but everybody having their own procurement process, right? And so where we can streamline procurement across agencies, then you could ensure some of these would continue. You'd move from this state park unit to that Forest Service unit that's a really challenging undertaking, but it could guarantee people the stream of work we're talking about to keep them working on things. So.
The only puns I could find for this one were so bad that I was offended myself, and I'm not going to say them. So, last call for resilience and restoration, the strategic priority area. Kim, thank you.
Just a quick-
Please, Shelley.
Just a quick comment, kind of an overview. You know, I'm not a pessimistic person by nature, but you know, when you look at the geopolitical happenings around the world, you know, you look at the size of our debt, you know, you look at the amount of money we're spending to help allies, you know, ward off enemies. I mean, it's not going to get better before it gets worse. And I think we have to prepare ourselves for that. So just a word of caution.
Kim, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all. I've taken some notes and I have some thoughts on, you know, on cutting the green tape. There's a lot of work going on there, and I'd love to bring back more information on what we're looking at. And there's some great ideas here that I want to add to that list, because there is already an interagency working group focused on cutting the green tape. They're really working with the Army Corps right now to see if we can get more general permitting done, really looking at what our priority projects are for restoration in the next 5 years, and like, do we have the appropriate staffing for them? So I would like to bring back more on cutting the green tape. I think we really could use our board members more on making sure you know what funding grants that people are going after, and if we can make sure that you all know and can help us be competitive in those, that's fantastic. And the funding and the procurement and making sure we're just being as nimble as we can to get work on the ground is really a goal. So I'm hearing a lot of consensus and synergies around it. So that's exciting. Thanks.
We are on track to finish by 4:30, if not earlier. Does anybody need a seventh inning stretch before we go into our last priority area, Tahoe Living? Or shall we forge on? I forge on, it is. Hester, hello.
Thank you. Since we've been working on housing since Brooke was here as a city council member, I'm going to just give you a status report out of the work plan you've already adopted. With a little context for those who are new, in the 2012 regional plan, kind of one of the principles or the foundations of it was environmental redevelopment of town centers that would be walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented with mixed use. I think everybody remembers that or has heard that before. So what that means, I'm really focusing on here when I talk about Tahoe Living is the communities. We've talked about transportation, extra regionally or interregionally and regionally. And several of you have said land use is the transportation plan. That's absolutely true. So I want to look at it at the community level. And if you remember the retreat, we had up a wonderful Venn diagram that I authored. So it was, really good. but it had, for land use, it talked about these residential mixed use, higher density, less coverage, et cetera, kind of as the land use component, but it also talked about having stormwater systems instead of limiting coverage so that we could address water quality and actually improve water quality with this development, which lines up with our water quality management planning designation because we are the designated. It also talked about having complete streets like Julie talked about with sidewalks, transit stops, even down to the nitty gritty of having the sidewalks plowed during the winter, which I know you guys have talked about at the city. That's part of our MPO role is seeing that it works. Once you get off a transit or whatever, that you can walk to these uses. If you can't, your whole system doesn't work. And then also at that level, parking management. So that was the wonderful Venn diagram that we created that said, these are the components of a complete community. So that kind of fits in with where we are in this priority has really 3 phases. The first phase, you all know we've already completed. You approved changes to accessory dwelling unit code. You approved changes to conversions from gaming or tourist accommodation units to residential units so that would work the same way it works for same densities as residential. So now where are we? You heard, and I know Vince can't wait till next month when we bring the phase 2 amendments to development standards. And we're going to be talking about density, height, coverage, and parking. And we probably beat that to death at RPIC, beat that to death at the Local Government and Housing Committee through the Tahoe Living Working Group. But we are bringing a significant set of amendments for the 960 something deed restricted units we have left. The thing that Cindy wanted to make sure didn't get confused with the Tahoe Basin Area Plan. So that will be coming to you all by December, to the Regional Plan Committee next month, to the APC at the early part of next month, like I guess in a couple of weeks. So that's kind of the first part of what's in that strategic priorities, those development standards being changed. We're also looking at equity and climate from the perspective of, and this came up a little bit, Cody mentioned some of these things. Are the mitigation fees really equitable? Does a big house really, should it pay the same fee as a 2,000 or 1,200 square foot or whatever? We're looking at same thing with development rights. Shouldn't we have conversion of development rights and the development rights required work that way? So we're going to look at our whole growth management system really from that perspective. And we're going to look at project review policies for this kind of housing. We're also want to talk about, if we can, do what we're calling a pre-application environmental review for infill multifamily, so that at least part of the environmental process can be done. I'm probably going to get myself in trouble with John Marshall here, but sort of on a programmatic basis so that every affordable housing project has kind of a leg up in the review process. And as you all probably know, we've got over $2 million in a HIT grant, high impact transformative grant. I think that's what it is. Karen Fink was instrumental in getting that application in with partners, local government partners, all 3 local governments on the California side. And we're going to look at how can we engage the people who never get to engage. You know, if you listen to some of the talks around, I was listening to some webinars in Seattle where they're trying to get people involved who work 3 jobs, and they can't get involved, and they don't have time or the wherewithal to get involved in how do I get transit service, because they're not, they don't even have time to know these meetings are happening. We're gonna try to figure out how to reach those people and how to involve them in capacity building. And we want to create some new reports and data, new data and reports as a result of that. And then the phase 3 amendments that we talked about, to be a little more specific, are, can we change the way we convert commercial to residential? Can we limit what we, if those conversions just go to residential, that's for workforce or those kind of things. Small homes, smaller fees, smaller land uses, smaller mitigations. Can we work with our partners like CTC to get some public lands involved in here to subsidize some of this? The mitigation fees I already talked about. And so those are the kinds of things we're working on. We're making a lot of progress, I think. It's controversial. You guys are going to have a lot of folks in here for the Regional Plan Implementation Committee meeting next month. And when you hear the whole package as governing board the month after that, and you're probably going to have a lot of people involved starting in 2024 when we move to the next phase. But I think we really are making some significant progress on housing. I want to say to you all, we as staff really appreciate, for those who don't recall, it was July a year and a half ago, we came to you and laid out some of these concepts. And we thought, well, we're kind of, maybe pushing the envelope here, like talking about alternatives to coverage and things like that. And to your credit, you all said, go big, go do it. And so we have. Vince has been a great partner as chairman of the Regional Plan Implementation Committee. He was calling me, Karen, Alyssa, the housing team, probably every other week, like, you need to do this too, you need to do that too. So I think we're making some good progress. We got some controversy coming up, some big steps to take, but I think it's a good plan and it's a good priority. And that's what we're doing. Since you were a council member, we're still at it, but I think we're making some big progress. And
We're not gonna live long enough. We gotta go.
that's what we love to hear. It's that the staff's like, okay. No, we want you to, you know what I mean, Shelley. We want to get finished well before your time. Yeah.
Well, if you don't mind my just saying something here, because I think it's worth just bringing up, but it may just be babble, but years ago, 5 decades ago, we started building bike trails, and we would build a mile that connected to nothing and started nowhere. And we would build another one, and people weren't really paying attention that much until 40 years later, when now we're connecting them, we're going through meadows. And now we have a mini transportation system that'll take you from your home to wherever you want to go, pretty much. And then the excitement starts to build. So a lot of times, I think in particular TRPA, you've set out to do some things. You talked about the thresholds. You set out to do some things that a lot of people, it's not on their radar, and they're not really paying attention until we start hitting some of these, goals, and people start paying attention. So I think we've done tons of planning, tons of talking, tons of strategy. And I do feel really good, that the rest of this decade, we can really get some things done, and we really need to. It doesn't fit in anywhere. Sorry, Kaylin.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah, a couple of the things that when we talk about housing, I think there's a fear, well, anytime we talk about anything new, there's a fear that it is going to spread like wildfire overnight. We're going to have all kinds of increased height and density. And I think one of the things that we feel is, sitting here or if we've been here for a number of decades, like some of us, that it takes so long to get things done, that fear is unfounded. It's good to question, but be realistic about what it's going to take to get investment to make these things happen. And I I think that a couple of the comments, I've been trying to call a number of the people that have voiced a lot of concerns about the Tahoe Basin Area Plan amendments and our housing amendments. And again, I think the more clear we can be at staff level of what TRPA's amendments will and won't allow, and what then the local jurisdictions will have control of where and how. You know, there's a lot of steps and a lot of public process here in the basin that protects the environment and protects those decision-making. And people don't seem to feel that that's there now. And you see it. You see the attacks on us, that we're pro-development. We're working with the developers. We've seen all of those sorts of things. And that somehow, you know, people that do projects that build apartment buildings are developers, and often they are nonprofit organizations that are doing this, and certainly they get paid to do it, but they are not looking at a profit motive to do it. They are looking at long-term investment. So I don't know how, you know, how to better articulate to the public those issues and that framework through staging, through you know, I hate to create rules that create more obstacles for getting housing, but the reality is there's not many sites in the town centers where these things can happen. And as you bring them forward, I think more discussion of kind of all the limitations, because that height seems to be a trigger, coverage, density, parking are all triggers that are not, you know, I don't think are being taken in context for what happens in a town center as we bring those forward. So.
And one thing I'll say, probably I'm taking words out of Vince's mouth, is if you look at the project that just happened, is underway in South Lake Tahoe, it's 289 units, I think. Well, we've got 962 or something left. So you're maybe talking 3 more projects like that. It's not like we're gonna go across the whole basin and change the development character. It's very limited to 960 units to town centers, etc. But it's kind of an oxymoron, because people say we need affordable housing right now, but don't change the rules to make it happen. You know, it's
Well, and I think, I guess my only other comment, because that is another one I heard relative to the where will these 960 go? And every fear is that they'll all end up in this particular area or that area, and that first come, first serve is not a good planning mechanism either. So is there a way to put some guidance around that? I don't know. Those are just some of the fears I'm hearing. Yeah.
I have 2 in the queue. Vince, do you have any words left in your mouth?
I know I've talked too much. I really just wanted to commend staff, though, for the housing website that they put together that shows what we're trying to do and addresses a lot of the concerns of the community. If you haven't seen it, take a look at it. I think it's fantastic, and staff did a fantastic job with that. If only people would actually read it out in the community, hopefully their concerns would be addressed. But I think, you know, we hear a lot of comments, and we need to get out in front of the messaging. And I think staff has really done that with the housing. And we haven't seen huge numbers of people come to us to express their opposition to what we're doing. So I think it's working when people see what we're really planning on doing and understand the motivations. They're supportive. So great job to everyone who is involved with that.
Member Aldean.
Kind of a segue off of Cindy's comments. I mean, is there any possibility of doing a demonstration project? We did that with CEP. Now, that wasn't enormously successful, but you know, and I understand there are a limited number of sites available and probably a limited number of developers who are interested in taking on projects in the Tahoe Basin. But to address some of these fears, I mean, perception is reality, as we all know. And we continue, there's a lot of passion around this issue. Especially, it seems to be focused more on height than density or, any other aspect of what we're proposing. So, why couldn't, would it be too complex to do an RFP and have developers step forward with proposals and then choose a proposal to move forward and have the project built so that people can assess its actual impact and maybe allay some of their fears?
It's interesting because in a way, the Sugar Pine project was that. The state of California said, let's talk to all of our, let's take an inventory through housing and community development, all the public lands, let's pick some, let's work with the parties involved to get some subsidized housing, and now we got that project. Placer County's doing the same thing.
It's not 65 feet tall.
No, it's not. But Placer County's looking at a site, and I think maybe what we probably ought to do is take a look at what's actually happened and say, here's some of the things that have already happened. Probably we don't have land in Cano land, as you know, but maybe one of the local governments might want to take that on. I don't know. But you're kind of doing that a little bit with some of your projects in Placer. And that's kind of what the city has done.
I think, John, in the final analysis, and Cindy brought this up, there are fears, legitimate fears out there that need to be addressed. And I think some people think the TRPA is moving forward with these code amendments and they are kind of usurping the authority of local government. We went through a potential pullout from, by Nevada over similar issues, the usurpation of local government authority. And I think we want to avoid that perception and avoid that potential reality. So I think we need to be, as Cindy suggests, extremely clear about what is permissible and what is not under these proposals. And, I was just proposing a demonstration project. It would be interesting to find out how many developers are out there, first of all, who would want to undertake a project in the Tahoe Basin. I mean, I'm sure they're very few in number. We've had a gentleman come to the podium and testify, that he's ready to move forward. Well, that's great. Maybe he could be the first demonstration project. I don't know. I'm just trying to, generally you have to, if you're kind of radically departing from the norm, you've got to do it in kind of a slow and methodical way. And I think the perception is we're racing to the finish line. So just a suggestion.
Speaking of racing to the finish line, Cody, would you like to, please?
Sure. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, and I know we're going to talk about this at a later board meeting, but the whole short-term rental situation and somewhat including what the impacts could be, maybe not of eliminating short-term rentals, but incentivizing people to rent to long-term locals and what that impact can be. And I think that as we talked about earlier, when we talk about what is this difference that locals are feeling in visitation, I think we have to realize that short-term rentals and the proliferation over the past decade is a big part of that impact. And so what we can do as the land use authority across the basin that would help not only kind of bring that back to where I do think that's a major impact of that other question, but I think it can have a huge impact in housing. Even in South Lake Tahoe, whether or not you look at the 1,400 homes that went away from being VHRs, even if 10% of those went into long-term leases, that's 140 homes. And across the basin, you're looking at 4,000. If 400 of those could move into long-term rentals, that could be a huge impact. So I think that as we go forward in discussing it, I think we should realize that there's a very big advantage to the housing needs.
We're going to transition. Last piece is previewing potential improvements to operations of hearings and committees, as well as the structure of committees. And there isn't a need for a decision today. And so we're going to go back to Hester to preview some of the things they've heard from you. The only thing I want to say by setting up this piece is that from the staff side, working with the staff to build this agenda, they're very earnestly striving for ways to make your meetings more effective, more efficient, including briefings, including board packets, the whole bit. They're working really hard. And from the board side, what I heard is, we're open. Staff, show us what you want to try. We're going to go with you. That's not a blank check, but I heard a lot of support to say, we trust you and we're ready to try some new things. With that, Hester, would you like to preview some ideas on where to go next?
Sure, and I've got two parts, meeting day, meeting design and management and committees. Should I do committees first?
Probably.
Okay. So, we heard comments like what Belinda said about, well, we're the Environmental Improvement, Transportation and Public Outreach Committee, but we've not talked about environmental improvement and public outreach in a year or so. So could we pull transportation out? What we did was we were brainstorming around the table as a group of staff and said, you know what? We really have a lot of alignment between what our agency core functions are and what our priorities are. You think of Tahoe Living as what's going on with the Regional Plan Implementation Committee and some changes in the regional plan and the code. If you think about transportation as our role as the MPO and what we're doing with the RTP update and performance measures, corridor plans, transportation improvement program, funding, those kind of things, that lines up with the Keeping Tahoe Moving priority. And if you think about all the environmental improvement work that Kim just talked about, working with all the partners, the restoration and resilience priority lines up with the environmental improvement function that we do. So we thought, Julie said, well, could you guys take this and kind of come up with a structure that aligns our functions and our priorities with the committees? So that's kind of the underlying thought process for this piece that you have on page 266. So I'll kind of walk you through that and what we were thinking. One of our objectives was are there committees we don't need to continue in their current form? So the first was, obviously, we think we could move forest health and wildfire into EIP. It's part of the environmental improvement program anyway. So that's seemed like a no-brainer. The second major objective was what I just talked about, splitting transportation out. So that kind of led us to these three committees, obviously keep legal and keep operations. So then we started talking about what happens with local government. And then we started talking about how much has local government really met and how much does it overlap with the regional planning committee or what's now RPIC. And we thought, well, there are times when local government representatives want to meet separately. Not that often, but there are times I can recall, like if we wanted to work on something like bear boxes or something. Let's talk to the local governments committee because they wanted to talk about that because each one of them deals with refuse differently. So I can't remember all of the times, but there is that need. So when we started looking at the structure, I remember SDRs. I'm trying. I'm trying not to talk about that one anymore. But you're absolutely right. That was one we spent a year or so on, almost two. So we looked at the regional plan committee structure, which is 2 and 2 from the states, and then 3 from the local governments, 1 from one state, 2 from the other. And we thought, well, what about the idea of giving the regional plan committee an alternate that would be another local government member. So you'd have 2 from each state, one of which would be an alternate, and then making local government a subcommittee that met on an ad hoc basis with 4 local government members. So you have a majority of the local governments, 2 from California, 2 from Nevada. So that's kind of the genesis of that top row there of the regional plan committee with a local government subcommittee. You want me to just go through the whole thing? Okay. So then the next committee, the transportation committee, we've talked a lot about transportation. I think it's obvious to everybody that there's a lot there. But if you look at we have to do the regional transportation plan as the Metropolitan Planning Organization, also as the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, which goes along with being the MPO from California. You have to move the transit funding through to TTD in Placer County, transportation performance measures, corridor planning, the transportation improvement program, which has to go to both states. So there's a lot there And so that is the second kind of row across there is a transportation committee. Makeup we thought would be very similar to regional plan committee. We didn't put names on here because we want to make sure you like this approach before we start going there. Third committee, environmental improvement. Again, you saw how much is there, same kind of makeup. And then what we thought was those three committees could handle everything except legal and operations, which we think should stay the way they are. I'm going to jump a little bit into the second part, improving meeting design and management. We're actually going to, should you like this proposal, we're actually going to suggest that maybe we restructure our agenda days so that legal and ops, if they have to meet beforehand for you to have something on the consent agenda, be beforehand. And then these other three committees, if they need, any one or two of them need to meet, they would be afterwards. Because one of the things that happens is, for example, if the regional plan committee meets, it's scheduled on the agenda to meet from 9:30 to 10:30 and they go till noon. All of you who aren't on the regional plan committee are sitting around there going, well, this is really interesting. And next month I get to hear it again, you know, so that I skipped a little bit over to the other part, but so that's in a nutshell what we're trying to do. We think clearly there's a mandate for us to do these three functions, and they make sense to have their own committees. And we also have talked internally about we would have staff support, which is from a management perspective. Julie and the rest of us like the idea. Staff support would not be one group for one committee. It's like if we were doing code amendments and our regional planning department is responsible for that, they'll come to all three committees. If we're doing something to deal with transportation and it requires a code amendment, then regional planning staff that works on code amendments will be working with the transportation committee. So you can see there's a synergy there that we hope will show up in your work as well as in our internal work. So I probably have said more than enough. Julie?
And I'll just round this out just to say, the other thing we talked a lot about was having more interaction with committee chairs and vice chairs. So one of the things I'm kind of thinking as I reflect on this last year of trying to make intentional space to connect with committee leaders more frequently, you know, so we have an agenda review, small, you know, kind of ad hoc group that helps prepare agendas. But to do something like just with committee chairs and vice chairs and have that be on the calendar so that we could be more in touch and streamline the work of the committees in the process of doing that. So that's something that we were looking forward to do. And then the idea is if we can kind of get your endorsement today of the structure, we would come back next month and bring names to the committees and have you formally adopt that in November. And then, you know, let the games begin. So I would suggest if you have any particular desires of committees you're on today that you want to switch, changes you want to make, let's connect offline, you know, individually by email or phone over these next couple of weeks. And then we can bring that whole package together for November action.
And if it would be more effective, I could just go through the meeting designs items as well, or we can break it up.
I've got two in the queue and then let's come back to meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just curious, can the legal and operations committee be one committee, just legal and operations, so you don't have two? What?
Yes, it can. The question I think is it efficient? And so the workload, you know, do you want to have a 2-hour committee meeting instead of 2 1-hours? That one of the things we're trying to do is make the membership not overlap so we can hold them at the same time. So an effective, the meeting is only an hour for both those committees. If they were combined, you'd have to run that for 2 hours at a time. So I think take a look at it from efficiency purposes. There's some, maybe there's a little bit of overlap, but really the legal issues are these days primarily appeals and litigation and enforcement cases. So there's not a lot of overlap in terms of the actual substance.
All right, and then my other question is just kind of what is it, or what are the requirements, I guess, of what has to go to committee? It seems, and I'm not always on the board, of course, but I look from a outside view. It seems like there's a lot of redundancy on things that have to go to the committee, then they're coming to the full board, and I think there's some things that we know are going to have to be hashed out at the full board. Sometimes why are we having to go through committees? It seems just like a ton of redundancy.
The committees have charters. And so the board has approved the charters, and that kind of dictates what goes where. For your workload efficiency, part of the concept or the idea of having a committee is for them to do a lot of the kind of heavy lifting work, concentrating the decisions down to maybe a proposal. And so there's a lot, I mean, that there's from an efficiency standpoint, you're not spending a whole lot of your board time doing the, kind of policy development that is a lot of the background to bringing a proposal for consideration. And so that's, just think about that when you're, figuring out how much do you want to send to committees, because that's principally what it's there for, is to help the board get its work done.
And I would just add, the idea is to maximize your time, right? Because we have one day. And in our perfect world, we would not have overlap between legal and operations. A lot of the redundancy has been a result of having overlap, and we cannot run those meetings concurrently. So if we could get back to a program of legal and ops meeting at the same time, a lot of those items go forward for action on consent. And so you'd have them vetted out in the morning, and then the rest of the members who aren't on those committees, don't have to go through double duty. But it really, I think, would be ideal for us to vet as much at the committee level as we can, and then to stagger them accordingly so we could do it all in one day. I mean, that's the idea.
Right, and with 15 board members, it's different than a council or a board of supervisors where we see each other and work together every day. Often we don't see our state representatives and our locals all together except at the board meeting. And those committees, I think that background for the committees and engagement and perspectives are so important. But I know Wes has had his hand up.
Oh, I missed that part of
Oh, yeah, Wes has got his hand up.
Pardon me, Mr. Rice.
Thank you. Being on the legal committee, I can tell you that I really would hate to combine that with another committee, because the work that we do in that committee, it can, if we're trying to do too much, we could go sideways in a heartbeat. Thank you.
I've also got Brooke and Member Aldean.
I like what you've come up with here. And I've heard a little bit about what you're talking about on the efficiencies, but I look forward to hearing the rest of that. But I'm liking what I'm hearing, because I think we're seeing that this year in particular has really just been rough. But I have a question. When staff sat down and talked about this and came up with this idea, was there any discussion about making the local government more like an ad hoc committee, that when the local government felt they had an issue that they wanted to work on, that they would do so as an ad hoc, as opposed to being a subcommittee under another level of reporting back? I mean, it really could slow down an issue that local government, might pop up and we want to take, have some say on, and then we have to report back to a subcommittee that then has to report back to the governing board.
Yeah, the short answer is yes, we thought about that alternative. I think probably the reason we proposed it this way is we wanted to give the local governments an opportunity to have another person, even if they're an alternate, on the regional plan committee. So that's it. You're right. It probably, maybe we could change this to the local government subcommittee doesn't have to only do things if the regional plan committees delegates it, but the full board could delegate something to them as well. I might remove that extra step you're talking about.
Right, but if you're a subcommittee of a committee, even if the board tasked you with something, wouldn't you still have to report back to your the committee for which you're under, and then that committee reports back to the board? Would you have the ability to report right back to the board?
I'm thinking if we write the charter that way. You would.
Okay.
But it's,
And I'm not sure really, I'm not understanding what the advantage of having another local member on our pick. I don't understand how that's advantageous if you're just an alternate.
because two things. One is you'll always have, full complement of the local government members. In case one of them has to miss it. The other is, even though you're an alternate member, I can't imagine the alternate sitting, if the alternate is sitting with our pick, I can't imagine them not having input. But again, we're open to changing this, however you think make it work best.
I kind of agree with Brooke. I mean, the local government committee hasn't met for how many months? I think it's a non-issue, and I don't mind as a representative from Carson City being omitted from local government committee meetings. But I think, you need to have, if it's a local government committee, you need to have all the local government members, representatives at the table. And so I would just keep local government as a separate committee, and we'll meet on an as-needed basis.
Okay.
I mean, it hasn't been real burdensome so far.
Okay.
So, except for STRs.
Well, and we also, as for those of you with a little bit longer memories, remember it was local government. And then a past chair said, let's have you take on housing, which is also being the regional plan. So we said, no, we don't need, let's take housing back out from local. So if what we're hearing is maybe a separate local government committee with all six, but maybe we don't have the ex officio state members on it, and maybe it just works on an ad hoc basis. Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in support.
Okay.
Cool. If you want to do, take the time you need, but a relatively brief fly through other operational improvements, then we can
Yeah.
get to public comment and
We'll be
out
we'll be
into
out
the
of here.
rain,
Can I ask one question?
snow.
Sure.
Are we still having a thresholds group though, stakeholders group? Is that
That's a
That's
working group. That's
built
not a-
into EIP? Okay,
that-
got it. Thanks.
It's not EIP, but it's the AP, you guys delegated to APC to run two working groups. One of them's thresholds and one of them is, fellow living. So those will continue as they exist.
But just, great question, because we also want to fold those threshold updates into the priorities, and not bifurcate it as much, but the group will still remain because we might have a need to get some technical expertise.
Okay, but that's an important point because then it still requires board participation in those additional groups. Okay.
Okay, you have a handout called Improve Meeting Design and Management. And let me, since I'm the messenger.
I'm sorry, I have one more question.
Oh, sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Under the list of tasks, under the regional plan committee, you've got rules of procedure. Hasn't operations in the past gotten involved? I mean, that's part of governance, right? So are we segregating that out, taking that away from operations and including that under the regional plan committee's list of things to do?
I would say it's probably, there's overlapping, some
Right.
that are more operational in nature and some that are more specific to project review or a little more substantive.
Okay.
John, I don't know if there's, something we can maybe better define which goes where.
Okay. Yeah, if you could nuance it a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah, I was thinking about that from the perspective of the stuff Arlo brought to you last month and this
Right.
month, but I'll,
Okay.
okay. So let me go ahead and caveat this, because if you don't like any of these ideas, I don't want you to kill the messenger. So what we did was we took the ideas, Kaylin gave us some anonymous input. Didn't tell us who said what, but said, these are some of the ideas coming from the governing board. We also got some input from staff, so that'll remain anonymous as well. If you don't like some of this, but, and then we broke it into kind of improvements we think we can make pre-meeting and then in the meeting. So pre-meeting, we heard, and we, from all sides, change the Tahoe and Brief monthly report to something more quarterly. You still want to know what's coming, so we're gonna have to try to do a 3 to 6 month forecast, realizing it's a forecast, but the original idea, and I think, Ashley, this was your idea, is we want to know what's coming so we know where we can plug in. We also heard there's probably, if we do it every quarter, there's a little bit more of an opportunity to talk a little bit about the things that have been achieved in the previous quarter. So that's kind of where that would go. Item 1B, how can you all find out more information beforehand without having, you know, a huge staff packet or agenda packet? And we talked about there are web pages, there's webinars, those kind of things. Actually doing pre-recorded presentations, or I think you call them asynchronous, whatever. We didn't, putting everybody's input together, didn't think that was a good idea because it would only work if every single member listened to every single presentation. Otherwise, you're going to be right back at the meeting going through the same stuff. Plus, staff was going, why do we have to do that? We don't have time to do the stuff we're supposed to do now. So then item C, try to put the 3 new committees after the full board and put the operations and legal in front. Try to run operations and legal together to make your day more efficient. So that's item C. Talked about that. Limit staff reports. We heard that from a lot of people. You get staff reports too long, agenda packets too big. Frankly, we don't have time to read them. So this may take a little work with staff to get them to, because they think every single word they give you is critically important, but we'll see what we can do here. We picked 10 pages as a starting point, maybe end up being a little more, a little less, but that's the idea there. Julie already talked about having briefings with the chair and vice chair before committee meetings. We already do that some, and it's very helpful because it helps keep keeps the committee meetings on point and expectations for the next meeting clear from the committee chair and so forth. So those are the pre-meeting items. I'll go ahead and do the in-meeting items and then we can stop. And by the way, we can put together whatever combinations of these you want, other additions you come up with. Where we're really trying to go is at the end of this, about 5 or 10 more minutes from now, you all to give Julie direction to say, we want to implement all of these or all of these minus this one or one more. So the in meetings, the concept of a time certain, and what that is if you have a public hearing item, you know the public is there for, and you put it in the agenda, I'm just going to make up something like it's going to happen at 11 o'clock. No matter what you're on the agenda, that's not a time certain public hearing. When you get to 11 o'clock, you stop what you were doing and have the time certain public hearing so that you pause the other things and you come back to them after that. Item B kind of goes along with the shorter staff reports, shorter presentations, put a limit on staff. We heard it loud and clear from board members over the years. Once the presentations get over a certain length, I zone out. I can't absorb it. So again, we picked 10 minutes. Then there's this one, limit comment and question time per speaker, and maybe even impose that on yourselves. I've seen city councils where they do that. They say, we're going to go around, let everybody talk for 3 minutes. You can waive your time and do it again if we need to. But the idea is to try to limit the time so that people don't just dominate. One member doesn't dominate. I've seen it where you can do questions, there's no time limit, but then comments after you've had questions and public input, where you only get to comment so much. So, and you probably have seen other variations of this. Maybe use the idea of continuing items to a time certain later in the day, next meeting. If you feel like there's something more important you need to get to in the meeting, you can say, you know, and we've done that. When we get to a certain point in the meeting, we say, we need to have this, we're gonna hold off this information presentation. So that's not anything new really. Set a fixed ending time for people who have to catch flights, say to Southern California. You know, we're gonna finish everything by 4 o'clock, and if we don't, we're gonna carry it forward to next meeting or a couple days later when you can be online or whatever. So, but maybe setting a fixed time for you all might make it work better for you all. So those are the ideas that we've come up with. And I guess I'll turn it back over to you to facilitate.
Are there any that stand out that you don't think are a good idea?
I just want to mention one, and that is, that's why I wanted to beat you to your mic, is I don't have any problem with, so, you know, having ops and legal meet at the same time, as long as Shelley Aldine stays with ops. I'm good with that.
And would that be you?
You know, I think this is, you know, aspirational with respect to limiting board comments, but I think, you know, I think it's important that we be able to fully digest the information and get, you know, ask clarifying questions. I mean, we shouldn't be limited. I mean, it can be self-imposed. We can be admonished, you know, to be a little less verbose. But I think the public expects us to really spend the time to understand what we're going to be, you know, taking action on. And I think that arbitrary limit is a disadvantage to that. That would be my only concern.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that statement. I think that, you know, we're elected here by the people, not to be limited to 3 minutes over a discussion of a possibly very important issue. So I think that that's something for me that is also a non-starter, is to have a limit. But I do think it's appropriate for the chair, when somebody is, you know, taking more than their time, to say, hey, you need to
Rotated.
yeah, exactly. But I don't think having a limit, especially like a time clock like public comment, is, to me, not acceptable.
So in the first half, the pre-meeting, the only thing I noted on 1C was just, you know, we'd have to, that's a maybe for me. Everything else looks good in the pre-meeting, but it's a maybe in the sense that if the day is just going long, that we have to really think about that. And then in the bottom, in the meeting, I think the time certain for public hearing items is really good for the public, in the sense that we can say, here's the time range when we're going to, you know, discuss this item, but I would give it more of a time range, because we do want to be mindful of, you know, of this idea that we need to fully discuss an option. So I would share a time range versus a time certain. And that's our, you know, that's our promise to the public, that we try to get through things in a certain time. But if these are big items, they're big items. And then the limiting staff presentations to a certain length too. I mean, that's nice. Again, aspirationally, sometimes we're going to have something meatier. So we just have to be careful with that. I actually don't mind the time limit, in the sense, like, I think the rounds that John was talking about is a good idea, right? So everyone gets a chance to opine if they want to, and then you can take more time if you're really digging in. But I think giving space for everyone to opine in a pretty agnostic or like diplomatic, or I guess democratic way is nice. So I don't think we need a time clock, but I think, yeah, giving Cindy more of a gavel to say, hey, we've heard you a lot. We'd like to hear from others too. The gavel always sits there. She never gets to use it.
I would say, you know, really the length of our meetings this year hasn't been to me on board member issues. The length of our meetings has been to public comment and repeat public commenters who modify their comments. We want to hear them, but often they're saying the same thing, just in a little bit different fashion through multiple items during the day, which at one point I think I counted 8 hashtag. Yeah, it was 27 or 28 minutes throughout a day repeating a message. So I think that's where the chair can help facilitate. Is that a new comment, or is that the same comment you provided us before? Because we do want to have the public engaged, but with meaningful comment relevant to that item. But I guess my other thing in the pre-meeting is that board members do try to come prepared on those, especially those issues where we know they're contentious. And we know we're all going to have a lot to talk about and the public's going to have a lot to talk about. So I don't see anything here. You guys are doing a lot, but then I think we need to make a commitment to you that we're going to at least look at those presentations ahead of time and ask our meaty questions, try to get answers ahead of time. That can help expedite to the real discussion debate that we need to have to be transparent to the public. But when we're asking a lot of those issues, that maybe that could help streamline. I don't know, John, if you're, that board members commit to making sure, especially when we know, I know there's lots of documents we get that are a full-blown, background on something where we don't need to know, but we do have a sense of what's coming that's going to be controversial. And
There's something, maybe the thing to do is for members of the board to contact the staff member who's prepared the report. If you have specific questions, and then in their presentation, they can bring those questions forward with the appropriate answers. So nobody is left out of the conversation, and the other thing is, as Ashley was suggesting, I mean, I've been on boards where you have one round of clarifying questions, and then you have final comments before you go to a vote. And rather than just picking and choosing people who raise their hand, just call each name, allow everyone to ask their questions, and then before you take action, ask for final comments. And maybe structure it a little bit better.
Director Settlemyer.
I appreciate that, James Settlemyer, for the record. In that respect, it might be an idea in another capacity. It was nice sometimes to have listed on the agenda the contact person. A lot of times I found that was beneficial. Then I knew who to reach out to, call them ahead of time. And a lot of times my questions were answered to the point that it really didn't need to be asked again. However, sometimes I do ask questions on the record that I already know the answer to, just to make sure that it is on the record. Thank you.
great points.
There was one more strategy that evolved, and that was that all persons, board staff, and public all talk 50% faster. Just kidding.
You just need more original New Yorkers on the board and then you're fine.
Is that enough guidance for now, Hester?
It is, and let me make sure I've got them. On pre-meeting, governing board members review and provide staff questions beforehand, review materials and provides, list the staff contact on the agenda. They're already in the staff report, list them in the agenda. Change time certain to time range, and the limiting the comment, drop the part including per board member, but add go around. That's my shorthand for
round robin.
I think I got everything.
I don't recall my comment making it onto your list,
What was your comment?
that Miss Aldine remain on.
I'll talk to both of you afterwards. We'll have an arm wrestling.
I did have one more comment on, I think when we established the committees this last time, we sent out a spreadsheet and everybody kind of ranked them so that we tried to honor everybody's priority committee. So if you don't mind doing that, I think that would help streamline our committee process
We will-
too, that we try.
will,
Okay.
Edit the one we sent before and use it.
Thank you.
Member Williamson, do you want in remotely?
Hi, thanks. I was just gonna arm wrestle Brooke for Shelley, so I just wanted to say that she might not go that easily.
You're on. I've been known to even do Rochambeau in the middle of a council meeting. So.
Rochambeau. Shelley, you're in high demand. That was it. Thank you, guys.
May I move us to public comment? Please, members of the public, if you raise your hand and make yourself known, we can unmute you and ready to hear what you have to say.
Catherine, do you want to go ahead and call? I think there's 4 or 5 hands raised. Elise was first in line.
Yes, thank you. There are 4 hands raised online. Elise Fett, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Good afternoon, and okay, I'm going to be the New Yorker here. I'm going to try, even though I'm from the West Coast. So to start with, I was very, very impressed with how Julie was so efficient at everything that she reported on. One of the things that she mentioned was the New Zealand mud snails, and also the rapid response to these. And yet I received a response to my email asking whether the UV light boat had been used on the snails, and Jeff Cohen said that it had not, that things were being studied. And yet the UV light boat is there, it's handy, it's been there, it's a wonderful tool. There's already research out there that shows that they will kill the New Zealand snails, and I can provide that research. So please use this wonderful tool that you guys have, not just for invasive weeds, but for these snails. It also works on the mussels, and I hope that you will support the increase in the size of the UV light boats to show that it can do more than what the pilot boats do, which is reduce the cost per acre, literally potentially by half, if he can just move beyond these pilot boats and do a more efficient large boat, now that it's showing that it does work for the invasive weeds and it can work for the snails. The bike path is a passion. I'm in Crystal Bay. I have pictures. I took one today after the comments that were made. The people that are fearful of it are fearful because they saw what happened on the East Shore. We don't want a mixed use trail. What we need, and parking lots, what we need is a commuter trail. What the whole basin needs in order to get through this transportation and start using bikes is bike paths that are designated as bike paths. We cannot mix e-bikes with dogs and walkers. So please designate bike paths only. And I was happy to hear Julie say that you've already stated you're using it for emergency vehicles, because that has been my point here. And Pam Straley is saying the same on the East Shore. These trails can be used not just for emergency vehicles, but please also include that it can be used for emergency evacuation. I know Julie said that the one on South Shore isn't, but these should be designed for emergency evacuation, particularly from Incline Village, Crystal Bay, where the roads are very tight. With respect to the traffic from the 50% increase, I see it every morning, 5:30 a.m., 7:30 a.m. It is a continuous stream of cars, teachers, firemen, snow removal people. These people need to be living here. The fastest way to get this going is to get Washoe County and Douglas County to allow the accessory dwelling units on less than an acre, as done in California. But we also need to simplify the red tape for these people. There are over 300 people in this town alone that would create a legal long-term in-law unit that could be used ASAP if they didn't have to get a development right that's a typical development right. Please consider only requiring 100 square feet of commercial square area to be, instead of 300 square feet of commercial area, to get a development right for in-law unit.
Your time is up. Thank you for your comments. Was there anything else? Can you do 5 seconds more?
Just that I agree with the incentives for renting long-term. The short-term rental companies are doing a great job of advertising, and we need to see those advertisements mailed out to homeowners saying, please do long-term.
Thank you. Thank you. And for the rest of the public calling in, I let that one go. This is on our strategic workshop. We will still have a final public comment period to wrap up other comments from the day. So if I could ask you if you have a comment on what we just discussed with the strategic planning workshop and aligning board committees, let's go there first. Leave your hands up if you wanted to speak to that, and then we can go to final public comment after that.
The next hand raised is Ellie Waller. Ellie, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, Ellie Waller. I will not exceed the 3 minutes. There's too many comments to be made. I will provide lengthy written comments like I always do. I am the vocal minority. I started Pathway 2007 that led to the regional plan update in 2012. I was North Tahoe area plan. Against these strategic measures, I think personally, and in my opinion, is there's a lot more public comment being provided. So you're changing your processes. The processes have been broken, again, in my opinion, for a while. I didn't see the Tahoe Basin area plan raised as something that's going on with the other housing. Again, my opinion that some of the things Placer is doing, it has to do with the TRPA. There is just way too much to be brought forward. The bi-state consultation should be brought forward again. I've asked when that's going to be. It hasn't met in a public for public comment to talk about the transportation issues. The Tahoe Living plan does have some contentiousness. Work sites, workforce housing work sites. The Tahoe City PUD purchased a perfect location next to the transit center where Placer County could have come forward. Same thing could be said for the Lakeside Casino that Barton Hospital is moving into. I think there's not enough in-kind affordable being paid for by the bigger employers at some of those locations I just mentioned. Again, I'm all over the place. It'll be a lot easier for me to write a comprehensive comment. I agree with Commissioner Rice that the legal committee does need to be separate, and then bringing up that committees should be run concurrently. That cuts out a public comment in person versus in writing. And I think that needs to be thrown out. Trails for evacuation is going to be a safety nightmare on top of infrastructure nightmare. I'm just done. Lots and lots more to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellie. Next.
Next hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you, Chair. Members, as usual, the presentation regarding census residents versus visitors was discussed in an outdated manner. The entry and exit information was woefully incomplete. It was shaped to further the agenda that the people here in the basin are not really seeing increase and huge overcrowding and overcapacity of the basin, roadway overcapacity with regards to roadway and population. If you're going to use this type of data, you're just going to continue to gain mistrust of the public. And you can tell us that what we're seeing isn't true all you want. You completely disregarded a discussion on the East Shore Trail, the traffic that comes off 267, the inundation that this international destination project has caused, the impacts here in Incline. It's real. You didn't talk about that. You sidestepped the airport issue, the number of increased flights that are coming in. So what that brings us to basically is that you really don't know how many visitors there are here in the basin. And that puts the public in a position where they have no choice but to go before a judge and say, Judge, this is inadequate. It's not substantial. There's no justification for what the TRPA is saying. So just do an supplemental EIS to the 2012 plan. You guys want all the public information that we're providing you to go away. Just do a supplemental EIS to the 2012 regional plan. What's wrong with that? You spend a lot of time avoiding it. So you just put us in a position where we have no choice, but to litigate. So no one wants to do that. But this is all done by design because you guys know if you do a supplemental EIS to the 2012 regional plan, most of what you're providing is not going to fly, or you're suggesting. We need a cumulative impact analysis of all major projects since the 2012 regional plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Next.
And the last hand raised, I'm not sure of the name on Zoom. It's spelled Prese. Prez. If you unmute, you can address the board.
Ann Nichols. And do you hear me?
Yes, we do, Ann. Go ahead.
Ann Nichols. Couple things. First of all, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance, buried in the consent calendar was this thing about the Crystal Bay Trail. It would be if you were more transparent about it and upfront, because we've heard about this for years about how it's going to go through the neighborhoods in Upper Crystal Bay, because it's terribly difficult, to do this new, whatever it is, bike trail. Absolutely no electric bikes is a good idea, or different trails for whatever. And no one's against the trail because it's, death defying to ride a bike down there. We're supposed to be walkable, bikeable, but we need to know what you really have planned. And if you already have money, it means you really usually always have a plan and the fixes in. So I just wish you'd come out and be more transparent about it. The other thing about, Cindy goes, well, I hear all the same things from the same people. Well, Cindy, you're on so many committees that you are hearing the same things, because then we have to go. So it's the RPIC. Well, then we have to go in front of governing board to make our points. You are hearing the same things because you're on so many committees, I think 10 with housing, something like that. And so certainly the public wants skepticism and analysis from governing board. Please don't limit governing board. It just doesn't feel like there's enough real discussion anyway, and that your minds are already all made up. So, the trying to limit everything more and more and more is not the solution. It's skepticism, good discussion, really looking at stuff, not just predetermined. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there any other members of the public with their hand raised?
No, Madam Chair, there are no other hands.
Okay, thank you. So I think we already summarized our direction to staff. Kaylin, I want to thank you again for facilitating us through this dialogue, and we'll move on with our agenda. Our final item on the agenda is our final general public interest comment period. Any member of the public wishing to address the governing board on any item listed or not listed on the agenda, including items that were on today's consent calendar, may do so at this time. Please raise your hand and we'll look for calling on you or unmuting you to make your comment. So again, it looks like we have a number of hands raised. Catherine, if you'll go ahead and call those folks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First hand up was Ellie Waller. Ellie, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Ellie Waller again. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to the ACR 5 presentation being brought to the public that went to legislation. I sat through most of those meetings. The 777 plan needs to be revisited. I don't believe all local jurisdictions should equally be ponying up 7 million. Carson City, as an example, doesn't have the same input that the rest of the local jurisdictions would necessarily have. Maybe they want to pay their fair share. Shelley can discuss that in the future. I just think the quality of that, I don't like the plan at all. Also, the process for hearing consent items to be removed has never been discussed. We really don't know when to do it. We could do it at committee. We could do it during public. We could call somebody. We could be repetitive. It really needs to be brought forward. It was mentioned that TTD and TRPA should have a retreat together. Please make sure the public's invited. Cell phone data is not as accurate as it could be. I've had a 714 Orange County phone number forever. You can track me. I'm all over the place at all kinds of meetings, at all and many of the local jurisdictions. So I just trying to give you an example there. Pre-application for multifamily really needs to be vetted with the public as well. Again, as I stated, I have many more comments to make. And I love the 1960s land use. We just need to be real. We don't have a blank slate. Yes, everybody agrees we have limited real estate, but areas need to have fair share affordable housing everywhere, and not just where land might be available. So I don't know how you get around Kings Beach as an example. Doesn't need and shouldn't have any more, my opinion. Tahoe Vista, same. I'm more familiar with the North Shore. South Shore has a whole nother complexity, with Heavenly Village being very different than the city of South Lake Tahoe. So I don't know, there's lots more issues to be discussed and solutions to be found that seem to be more fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waller. Next.
Next hand raised is Denise Davis. Denise, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Hi, Denise Davis, Incline Village. In regards to the statistics presented during the census demographics presentation, while speaking with Sand Harbor staff this last summer, I was told park visitors entering via the East Shore Express are not included in visitor counts because they don't pay an entrance fee. So you may want to investigate your Sand Harbor numbers. At the April 2023 TTD board meeting, East Shore Express ridership of 29,161 was reported for 2022. The East Shore Express runs only between a parking lot in Incline and Sand Harbor. When the gates at Sand Harbor close, usually early in the day, there are only two ways to enter the park: ride the East Shore Express or walk in from the East Shore Trail. Parking for the trail is also in Incline. Your presentation showed increased traffic at the North Shore. Incline is the parking lot for two areas drawing visitors. When designated parking is full, visitors park on the neighborhood streets. This is not grumpy old folks reminiscing about the past. This is the reality that residents deal with daily. On another note, quite a bit of the public comment is done in hopes of avoiding repeating mistakes made in the past. Many of us don't feel heard, but we do feel minimized and disregarded. You know, not everyone can devote a full day to a TRPA board meeting. The public who attend regularly pass along info to their community and share community comments with the board. Less contempt towards them and more cooperation with them would prove to be beneficial for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next.
Next hand raised is Elise Fett. Elise, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Thank you again for your time. Regarding the comment about bus service and first mile, last mile that was mentioned, which basically the mini transportation system of TART Connect up here on the North Shore has been a huge help to our North Shore communities to reduce the traffic and parking issues. And it supports the increase with the in-law units for the long-term renters that they can use TART Connect and the bus system. The other item that was brought up was e-bike rentals. The local bike stores offer them, but we need the safe bike paths designated for bikes only. And they need to be wider because the e-bikes do have wider handles for safety. Or it could be for e-scooters as well. But again, it's not safe for people with their dogs to be on these bike paths. They need separate trails, and they should not be encouraged to be in that same area. Therefore, we don't need parking lots for that. We need to, these bikes will go from these stores, and the commuters who own bikes and the kids who own bikes that are trying to connect from Kings Beach to Incline Village need this bike path. The Kim was mentioning the environmental acceleration, and yes, agree. We need to increase the pace and the scale. Please increase the scale of the UV light boat, please. It's a wonderful non-chemical method. That's one of the scales that needs to be increased. And yes, cut the green tape. Let the UV light boat get in and take care of these New Zealand mud snails. Vince mentioned the dollars needed for these projects. I couldn't agree more. I'm an architect, I'm an engineer, I'm in the business, and these numbers seem absurd. On the other hand, I agree, costs are going up, and some of the numbers I see for my projects have gone half again as much. On the other hand, again, we have a huge, amazing resource of incredible collection of people in this basin. They have both knowledge and financial resources that we need to tap into. They just need to know we need their help. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fett. Next.
Next hand raised is Doug Flaherty. Doug, if you unmute, you can address the board.
Doug Flaherty, TahoeCleanAir.org. I didn't have the time I needed. You guys didn't let us comment on both item A and B on the last agenda items. So anyway, the East Shore Path bike trail was activated in 2019. So once again, this would have been, these types of data that's being collected are not up to date. But I wanted to mention about the East Shore Trail. There are no turnstiles. There is no firm count on usage. If you guys took 1 hour in the summer to stand up by Tunnel Creek, you would see, who knows, I don't have the data, hundreds and hundreds of people an hour, bikes, tourists, residents, but you don't know what the usage is. You don't know what the visitor count is, but you've purposely avoided that. Once again, why? Because it adds to the cumulative overcapacity of Lake Tahoe. So you guys really don't have real visitor counts, real usage. That was a huge impact to this community, and you're ignoring it when you make decisions. And then finally, I do want to comment on the fact that you continue to avoid endangering the public around Lake Tahoe and Incline Village, the North Shore, the East Shore. You're endangering the public to encourage increased height, density, coverage, lower setbacks, and so forth. You need to practice the best available, best practices for wildfire evacuation, determination, evaluation by doing a roadway by roadway evacuation assessment before you guys continue on these projects. What's this going to look like in 5 years? Are you just going to keep going up, keep condensing, keep changing the TRPA code of procedures to get what you want? Where are you guys going with this? The lake is in terrible shape. The TRPA has failed since 2012. You're not following your mission statement, but you just keep moving ahead relentlessly, ignoring the public, ignoring the public's data, the subject matter experts that are here on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty. Next.
The last hand raised is Ann Nichols, and if you unmute, you can address the board.
Yeah, hello, Ann Nichols, North Tahoe Preservation Alliance. Regarding the 777 plan, you know, the public is expected to pay for transit. And, you know, Placer County has done a really excellent review of the first few years of TART and TART Connect. And if you guys can look at that, it would be really an eye opener. What I'm hearing, I see all these TART Connect buses are empty, most of them. And kids in Incline are calling TART Connect to go down to Starbucks to get a coffee. And I'm really thinking, why are we promoting, it's actually more traffic. And these TART Connect buses in an evacuation are going to be stopped too. I mean, this is not the solution. The public, the large employers should provide transit. Most of the increase in transit for TART Connect is of course around the ski areas in the winter. They need to do this themselves. They sell millions of, you know, passes for millions, gazillion dollars. So they need to build housing on their own sites. Even IVGID should build housing for their people. You know, it shouldn't be up to the public when the failure has been TRPA just approving large developments, no particular housing, large single-family homes. So let's really look into TART Connect. It's not the panacea. It's $17 per ride. It's not cheap. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nichols. Are there any further public comments?
Madam Chair, there are no other hands raised to comment.
Okay, then we'll close our final public comment period, and I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We are adjourned at 4:56 p.m.